Hello everyone, welcome to Laurence Plays, or perhaps at this point, perhaps I should say welcome to Jen Plays, because it's Wednesday, there we go, Wednesday, yes that one, and so it's another time for another episode of Jen's First Factory, where last week, well, stuff happened. Let's switch over to my view for a moment so we can, I can gesture at things and tell you about all the exciting goings on that happened. So somewhere down here, we've now got a stream of oil coming in from up this pipe over here, which is being then turned into petroleum gas, that's being turned into sulfur and plastic. So we're getting red circuits and then blue science. Blue science is coming through here and being fed over to the labs, so that's quite good. Up north, where I've just come from, we have a small area up here. I can't quite get there. You know, let's use the map view. Up here we have a small area where we're producing steel and then turning that into engines, and also oil refineries and chemical plants. So we've got a supply of engines being made, and they're gradually trickling down here to supply the blue science as well. So things are indeed progressing. Last week last week blue science was the big exciting thing that happened, and we went all the way down here to find a nearby oil patch and ran a very, very long pipe all the way up here. And yeah, as I say, it seems to be working. So hello to everyone, welcome to the stream, and by everyone I mostly mean Nogard, because he's been keeping chat alive while waiting for us to turn up. So the goal today, I'm not sure yet. I'm going to, as usual, leave that one up to Jen, so it's going to be very much up to her to decide what she wants to get on with, and I'll sort of maybe nudge her around a little bit as necessary, but the basic idea is that hopefully she'll come up with some sort of cunning plan and decide where she wants to take the factory from now on. Who knows? Looking at your three-letter word comment, it'll be interesting to see whether it's nature versus nurture. I've mentioned that you're referring to a way that Factorio players tend to end up playing the game, but I've not gone any more detailed than that. So we'll see how things go. And yes, humans are definitely weird that way. The waterfall is in the Norwegian fjords. So I went on holiday there a couple of years ago, 2 years ago, something like that. And I took some video and then never actually turned it into a YouTube video because I wasn't quite sure what to do with it. But I had plans, and then the plans never really went anywhere, you know, as happens. And yes, no, it's all right. It was we were enjoying seeing the comments popping up and talking about them while we were waiting for the stream to start. That's absolutely fine. Yes, so we've got the fossil fuels up and fossilising. Although we've been using coal for a while, so I mean there's another fossil fuel in action there. So right, over to Jen. Let's switch back over to her view, and you let us know what you think what you fancy doing, and what you're thinking, and we'll see if you can get into the habit of talking as much as I do.
Never. Well, I am thinking, first of all, that I'm going to start research because there's nothing going at the minute. So I'm going to crack on with something. So what have we got? Weapons we haven't really looked at yet. I'm looking for something that I think will perhaps be useful. Armor modules. What's this? What does this do?
So modules, if you mount, it doesn't actually tell you about them. It allows you to then research modules. So modules are those things on the next row in the research on the right. You got the blue one, the red one, and the green one. Blue ones make machines run faster. Red ones mean when a machine runs, it produces more output than it normally would, so you get free stuff, which is quite nice. And green ones make the machines use less electricity and produce less pollution, so they can help your factory be a little bit cleaner. They're all fairly expensive to make, but not insurmountable if you decide you want to.
Okay, that sounds like it might be worth a shot. I'll just look at the others just to make sure I'm not missing something amazing. Batteries.
Not so useful on their own, but they are things that allow you to then go on and make other stuff.
Okay. Stack inserters.
It's an inserter, but it can pick up multiple things at the same. Well, it can pick up multiple copies of the same item at the same time. So it could pick up, say, 5 iron plates at once instead of one at a time. So it's another type of inserter that's functionally it's a lot faster because it can carry more stuff each time it swings.
Okay.
Fluid wagons are wagons for trains that you can put fluids in. Not really surprisingly.
Okay. Solar energy?
Solar panels do exactly what you'd expect. They turn light into electricity.
They open up a few things. Okay. Concrete.
Mostly decorative, but it does unlock a couple of extra things as well. But it allows you to put down flooring that some people like the look of it, and also if you're walking on it, you move faster than you do if you're on grass or sand or other sort of unimproved terrain.
Okay.
Mining productivity means that each time your drills run, they produce slightly more ore or stone or whatever they're digging up than they normally would. So again, you get extra free stuff, and it means your resource patches last a bit longer as well.
Sounds quite useful as well then to get the patches lasting longer.
What's this one? Advanced oil processing. That allows you to... So at the moment, you're cracking crude oil into petroleum gas. This one allows you to crack it into heavy oil, light oil, and petroleum gas all at the same time, and gives you some recipes for trying to help keep those balanced as well. So it allows you to get extra things. You get light oil and heavy oil out of it, so those which are useful for further on in the game, but also it makes it slightly more complicated to handle.
Okay. Braking force.
Braking force allows trains to slow down a bit more quickly.
Haven't really looked at trains yet, so I'm possibly not that one just yet. Electric energy distribution.
That gets you the substation, which is like a pylon, but it has a much bigger coverage area, so you can cover a lot more buildings with a single substation as opposed to pylon.
Okay, that one could be useful soon. That gets me. Oh, is that
purple science? Another type of science pack.
Purple science.
And also electric furnaces.
Choices.
Choices. Yeah, the electric furnaces are like the furnaces you're using at the moment, but except that they use electricity instead of coal to furnace.
Okay. Advanced electronics.
Another type of circuit, and unlocks lots of stuff as well.
Yeah, that looks like a lot of stuff, and low density structure.
Unlocks fairly advanced stuff, basically. Yeah.
Okay. All right. I think I'm gonna start with the modules on research, and then I think later on I'll perhaps look at that one, and there was something else that I quite like to look at.
I think you quite liked the mining productivity because free stuff. Everyone likes free stuff.
Yes. Yeah. So that and that I'm thinking.
Okay.
Potential next one.
By all means.
I'll get that on the go at the moment. Okay. Right.
No God has opinions on modules. He said red ones are the best at first, blue ones are cool when you're optimizing for speed, and green ones are for weenies. I think trains are quite cool. I think you're being mean to them. Hello, Mark. Welcome to the stream. Thanks. I'm glad you found the space exploration run-throughs and guides and stuff useful. They do seem to be some of my most popular videos. So I'm glad they still have plenty of staying power for even though we've technically sort of kind of finished the series. I say sort of kind of because there's still going to be some more videos coming out from it. We've just stopped streaming it. Delicious purple. Yes, advanced oil processing is really actually just oil processing. The oil processing you've already done is simplified oil processing. That's true because when the game originally came, when the game was in earlier versions of the game, there wasn't advanced oil processing. There was just what is now called advanced oil processing, and you had to deal with it from there. But apparently, it made blue science a bit too difficult, so they sort of put the simple oil processing in as to help people get on through that stage and carry on playing without drowning in difficulties of science.
Okay.
Hello, Sophia. Welcome to the stream. Jen is just standing here. I shall boop her until she starts moving and building things. Boop.
I'm trying to decide what to build. I'm trying to decide what to build. You're gonna
Okay.
have to see what you're doing to me. What are you doing to me?
Just
Leave me
shot you.
alone.
That's all.
Um, stop shooting me.
Okay.
It's so mean. Okay. What am I gonna build? Decisions. I've got one of them. Got some of them. Oh, research is done while I'm procrastinating. Um, boiler. Is that worth?
You've
Um.
you've already got some boilers. They're what's producing your electricity, or at least they're what's producing the
Okay.
steam that is producing the electricity. That's true. If you, yes, you could build anything because you can always build more later. Although it probably makes sense to have at least a little bit of a short-term goal for this stream, or at least for the first part of this stream, and see how things go.
Yeah. Oh. Well, now we've unlocked modules, so um. Do.
I should probably
Where's
mention also.
my?
I mentioned the red productivity modules that get you free stuff when the machines run. They also make the machines run a lot slower. So whilst you do get free stuff out of them, you don't get as much stuff in total, at least out per machine.
And that was on the drilling thing, was it?
No, that's
Mining
separate.
productivity.
The mining productivity is just a straight up bonus. Just extra free stuff comes out of the ground.
Okay. Right. Speed module? What am I thinking? Just make stuff.
Yeah, that's good
Okay.
advice. Just yeah. Don't
Just
worry
make-
too
just
much
make
if you're
stuff.
doing don't worry whether you're doing the best thing that you could possibly be doing at this point in the game. Just keep doing stuff and it'll probably be and even if it's the wrong stuff, you can always get rid of it later and fix things up and stuff like that.
Might go back to because we did talk about making a car last week and never really got around to it. So
That's
maybe
true, we did,
we'll
yes.
make a car.
Okay.
Shall we make a car? So need iron plates, steels, and engine unit.
Yeah.
We've
These
got
ones
loads of engine units.
I have apparently just killed my webcam. That's unfortunate. I think I kicked the cable. Carry on. I'll try and get this fixed. Yes, there's probably no point in setting up a machine to make cars unless you're doing it very wrong. You'll never need more than one of them. Well, never need more than a few of them because you shouldn't break your car. That's considered.
So just
unwise.
not enough ingredients, engine units, which I can go and pick up from somewhere.
Yeah.
Engine unit.
Yeah, they're on the belt there. Can you remember how to pick things up off a belt?
I feel like they are. Yeah, I'm just trying to find the right belt. Are they engine units?
Yes, they are.
Yeah.
F.
Thanks.
That's all right.
You can hear the cogs turning.
I could see the cogs turning.
Fair.
Yeah. Okay. Yes. That's sort of what I was getting at. No God. Yes. You'll probably get through a few cars, if nothing else, because you'll be forgetful and leave them in silly places. But yeah, you can just build them all in your pockets. You shouldn't be getting through enormous numbers of them. If you do, then you're doing something a bit wrong.
I have a car now.
Right.
I don't know what to do with the car, but I have a car.
You can place it in the same way you place any building.
Will it run over the belt?
Yes.
Do I need to?
Yes, it can drive over belts.
Oh no, it needs petrol.
It needs It needs a fuel of some sort. The fuel, as you can see there, can be almost anything. It is quite a versatile car. It can burn lots of different things.
Nice, like the DeLorean.
Yeah. Well, not quite that flexible, but yeah, it's getting that way.
Well, we've got loads of wood going on.
Speak for yourself. I mean, yeah. The other thing to mention is that different fuels will allow the car to run at different speeds. So basically, the better the fuel is, the faster it'll go, and the longer the fuel will last as well.
Okay.
Trying to remember how you get in the car. Oh, yeah, enter. Enter.
How'd you get the car running?
You get in it by pressing enter or return rather.
Oh, enter.
There you go. Can I get in as well? Yeah, I can. Okay, now I'm in trouble. So I'm now at the mercy of your driving.
Rude.
As is that pylon. No, I can't control the car. It's entirely up to you. Poor pylon. So yeah, you can't drive through pylons. Well, you can. Actually, technically, you can drive through pylons, but the pylons tend to stop working.
It's not very easy to maneuver.
And so there's a couple of things here. One is that you're probably still thinking in the sort of same uppy, downy, lefty, righty system that you were using for walking. The car is not like that. It's the controls are accelerate and steer rather than move in that particular direction. So you need to press S to move backwards at this point to get out of that pylon, and then drive into that instead. The other thing is because you're on I'm running the server and you're running a client. There's going to be a little bit of latency to the controls, so it's going to be a little bit tricky, unfortunately.
Okay.
Yeah, No God says think of it like a remote control car, because your point of view doesn't change as the car steers, but how the car is going to steer will kind of change.
How do you turn it? So confused.
It won't turn on the spot like a real car. If you press A or D to steer, you'll see the wheels turn, especially if you zoom in. I think. And then if you try and drive forwards with the wheels turned, the car will turn. So you hold A and then tap W. Okay, the wheels don't actually turn visibly. I couldn't remember. And so you can drive around the base, causing chaos and damaging all the pylons.
Well, this is going well.
I've seen you drive in real life.
I can drive in real life. That's the annoying thing.
Yeah, but you don't use a keyboard then, so it's slightly different.
This is true.
Smack.
Oh.
So today's stream will be all about Jen trying to learn to drive.
This is just not interesting. Okay, this is just a terrible idea. What shall we do now?
Maybe save the car for when you want to go somewhere that's outside the factory.
Yes,
I'm just entertained that you've done more driving in reverse than you have driving forwards. Yeah, so we'll save the car when we want to go somewhere where there aren't things that we care about to get broken.
Okay.
And carry on building stuff around here. So if you want to get out again, it's enter again to get out of the car. No God has a rule.
Okay.
Has a no vehicles in the base rule, which seems quite sensible. I've stolen your car.
No, you've just. I was going to say you've driven off in my car anyway. Good. That seems sensible.
It seems safer this way.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, I can actually drive in real life. I promise.
You were also you are now currently very, very zoomed in, which probably didn't help. When you're if you're driving, it's easy. It's a lot easier if you zoom out because then you can see things before you actually hit them.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, we'll forget the idea of a car. Let's see what else we can make.
I'm just going to move this outside the factory.
Okay. Need a plan.
Park it in a wood instead. This is a silly place to put it. You do. So what's your objective at the moment? What are you trying to do?
That's the problem. I don't know.
Right. Okay. Well, a science has finished, so that's you could start another science going, but that might require a little bit more thinking about it. A little bit more thinking about what to research next, or you could just do one of the more easy, obvious ones. And then it's a case of either find something that's running too slowly for what you want it to be doing and make it run faster, or work on the next science pack. Basically, work out what the current problem with the base is, or with your factory is, and solve it. And if you don't know if you don't know what the problem is, then work on the next science pack.
Okay. Is there anything running massively slowly at the minute? I don't feel like I'm short of anything, so maybe next science pack?
Okay. Yeah, by all means, start having a look at the next one if you want. Yeah.
So,
and it'd be a case of working towards the next science pack because you can't actually make the next science pack. Well, it depends what you count as the next science pack, I suppose. Actually, if you count, you haven't researched. You could research. Could you research? No, you couldn't. Yes, you need to either work towards grey science or purple science now. At this point, those are your choices.
Okay.
I don't think I played RC Pro-Am on the NES, but I did play the original GTA, and that was the same sort of top-down, the same sort of control system as Factorio. So it was quite familiar to me when I first started driving in this game.
Okay, I've gone for advanced material processing, so that's
Okay, cool.
on the research.
Driving. Once you have the tank, driving is much easier because then the pesky pylons don't get in the way anymore. Kind of.
Did you just run them over?
Yeah.
Mm.
No God says
Sounds like
construction
fun.
robots. You should be aiming for construction robots because that's when the game really starts.
Ah, I'm guessing I'm a few researchers off those. At the
Yeah, there is
moment.
a search button in the just up and right of where you are. Yeah, so you could type in bots there, for example, and it will show you what you. So there we go. So these the second one of those along, I think. Oh no, that's a robot speed. Maybe it doesn't come up with bots.
Construction robotics.
Yes, that one. That's the one he's suggesting you should go for. I mean, you could, I suppose. Yeah, construction robots are quite handy. Or you could just ignore them completely and do what you want.
So I need advanced oil processing for this one.
Yes, can't make robots without lube.
Okay. Well, the existing one is still going anyway.
Yes,
So
your advanced material processing is 30% done. Now, I draw your attention to the fact that only about 2/3 of your labs are actually running at the moment, and yeah.
okay. So we need to. What's going? Is it the no?
Well, if you look at the ones that are
What's
running and look
happening?
at the ones that aren't running, what's the difference between them cosmetically? Just looking at them.
They're getting blue science.
Exactly.
So the blue science isn't being made quick enough.
Mm-hmm. At least not for the number of labs you've got. If you're happy with this, well, I was going to say if you're happy with the rate research that's being done, but you had a bit of a backlog of blue science on this belt up here that you've churned through, and now it's going down fast and it's being replenished anyway. I did notice you had a few science packs in your inventory. You might as well chuck them into labs because they're not doing you any good in there. You can't actually drink them. They're down at the bottom of your inventory, so you can take those out and just control click on a lab to put them into it.
Do one of the empty ones, or does it
Might as
not
well.
matter?
Doesn't matter in the long run, but.
Oh.
There you go. And you had some reds as well, I think. Oh, a red.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't matter, just chuck it in any of them. You've got plenty of red. Oh, and as a small note, you don't actually need to close your inventory window before you interact with things in the real world. It's you can take things straight from your inventory and put them straight into a machine without actually closing the inventory, which is handy if you want to do more than one thing.
So this is where blue science is being made. So
Yes.
is it just a case of?
So generally, I find the best way to solve a problem in Factorio is get to the actual point where the problem is, which you've done that. You've gone to the labs and you've gone, aha, these are not working because there's not enough blue science. So then you step back and you go, why isn't there enough blue science? So you go off and you have a look at the blue science machine and see why that one's struggling. And then you work out why that's struggling, and then you go back to the previous step. You find out that that's struggling for whatever reason. Then you go back to look at that reason and see why that one's struggling, and so on up the tree. Until you find
The red chips are taking quite a bit of time, so I guess that's then having an impact on the blue science.
Yeah, and the way you can tell is if you look at the blue science machine, if you actually open it up and have a look inside it, you'll see. I mean, now is not the best time to see it because it is actually working at the moment. It's about to finish, and then there you go. It's got a red highlight over the red circuit, the advanced circuits. And so that's telling you that that is currently the limiting factor. That's why it's not able to run. It's not able to run because it ran out of red circuits, and that's what's slowing it down.
Okay. So we need to get this one moving faster. Yeah, and this has always got enough ingredients, so it is great that this one's working at, I guess. Oh, and to hover so I could see the crafting speed's 0.5.
Yeah, which isn't great.
So is there a way to speed this up?
There
If we
are
just
2 ways to speed it up, one of which is significantly less effective than the other.
Okay. Did we just finish researching? Does that help?
It
Speed module?
no, but sort of possibly in the future, maybe. In the if you right, okay. So have a look inside. Open up the blue science machine again and have a look inside that. This is an assembly machine too. You see those 2 slots underneath the sulfur and the red circuit on the right hand side? Those are spaces where you can put modules. So that one you could speed up by putting modules in it. The other one is an assembly machine Mark 1. That does not have spaces for modules in it, so you can't put modules in that one.
Could we turn that into a machine number 2?
You can, yes, yeah, and that is the second and less effective method that I was thinking of as a way to improve the rate they're being made at.
Okay. Trying to read your mind to see what the quickest way of doing it. I mean,
that's the quickest way to get a little bit of a boost. It would be to upgrade it to a Mark II machine, and you might as well do that because at this point you probably don't. There's no point really in using the Mark 1 machines anymore. You've got Mark 2s being made, so you might as well just use them everywhere because they're a bit better. So you can just there you go. So that's now running a bit faster. However, whilst you could put modules in it, I'd say playing with modules at this stage of the game is a bit premature. You'll probably find you just use too much electricity, and they're fairly expensive to make. And there is another way to get more out to get more red circuits being made that I think is really, really obvious, and you'll probably kick yourself when you realise what I'm suggesting.
Changing these for quicker inserters. No,
Looking at how
not
busy,
always.
the inserters are actually seem to be keeping up, so that's not the problem.
Okay.
How did you make the red and the green sciences faster?
I cannot remember. Oh, just make more machines.
Yes, there we go.
Yeah.
So if you want things to run faster, have more machines doing the work.
Doing the work. Okay.
Yeah, so
if
that's how the factory grows. You will have you will build enormous numbers of machines, and then things will run faster and faster and faster as it expands, essentially.
Okay, so we need to try and get another machine at least in here, maybe 3. We wouldn't quite fit 3 in, I don't think, here, would we? But then we could move this belt.
My advice at this point is don't think small.
Okay. So we start chopping down trees. Okay.
Well, I thought I might as well while you were trying to decide what you wanted to do.
We move this one round here and put in a bunch more machines in here.
Okay, yeah, we can certainly do that. Is that a tree? That's not a tree. When's a tree not a tree? When it's I'll leave it alone. Lovely.
Okay. Take all this up. Okay, I'll let you take it up. Excellent, thanks. Okay.
No problem.
Right, so if we get some machines in down here,
Yeah, I'll go and
that
try and find you some
can
more
down, that can down
assembly machine
there.
2s. Did we automate those?
How are we gonna get? Okay, put some machines down first. Only got another 2 of them anyway.
Yeah, I don't think we automated assembly machine 2s. I just had a quick look and they don't seem to exist. We must have handcrafted those.
And that might be another thing that we might need to get onto then, so that we've got more tunes.
Yeah, potentially. Playnot is giving you important advice.
I was just reading that. When he comes back, I might. Okay. Oh, I did not mean to open that. We're gonna get that. Oh yeah, underground belt. Yeah. Okay, run this one down as well. Oh, off I go. Where am I going? Come back.
Where have you gone, Oda? Okay.
Running away.
Fair.
Running away.
Brave,
Resurgence.
brave, so Jen. It's
Okay. Can you get me some power?
Okay.
Thank you.
Indeed, never. Yeah, there's never any reason not to automate things. As you say, the only possible downside is the time it takes to do it, and well, we're here for the next 4 hours, so why not?
Yeah.
You haven't programmed the machine to tell them what to do.
Oh, that's fine. I haven't worked out where I'm putting the red chips.
Oh, okay.
That's the dilemma that I'm just having now because.
Remember the thing I told you that you sort of kept forgetting about and you haven't internalized yet about putting things in and out of machines?
the red one that puts it further out?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe I finally internalized it.
Certainly making good progress. Yeah, never regret spending... No, not wasting 6 hours, not spending 6 hours to automate something that you could do in 10 seconds by hand. Because you might want to do it again, and then it would have taken you 20 seconds. Whereas it's this way, you can come back and just grab another one. It's much better.
Just trying to remind myself with the red ones what the reach was. Was it another belt? So I can put a belt alongside it and it reaches.
Yes. Yes. So yeah. they pick up and put down one extra square further away. Now, because these machines are 3x3, you can still put your red inserter there, and it'll pick up from inside the machine and it'll put down here. Alternatively, if you prefer, you can put a gap in the belt there and have it pick up there from the machine and put down there. So you can do either of those setups will work, except this one. Well, you've broken the belt, but other than that, it'll work.
Okay. Cool. Right. So I want to run a belt alongside this one to go up here, for them to put and red ones in there. That's the plan.
No guard saying the red ones. I feel like that's in the same in the same tone of voice as the woman with the putting the square peg in the round hole. No, all the pegs in the square hole video. It feels like the same sort of energy.
Okay.
Oh, nice one on the 25 stream streak, Sophia. That's impressive. Oh, you need more power. There we go. So remember, if you see a machine that's not working, you can click on it and see where the problem is, and it'll probably be highlighted in red.
Oh, have I missed a step? I've missed a step.
You have.
It's
You've
the
missed
electronic
one of the
circuits.
inputs.
Yeah. But no. How am I going to get that one doing it?
Well, I mean, they're being made nearby, but we'll have to see if they're being made in large enough quantities and if you can find a way to get them down there. So, I guess it's up to you.
Okay. Made over here as well.
By then.
Oh
I
no,
would
that's going to
advise
change
against tapping into the systems over here because we've got all of this set up and working quite nicely. So it's probably best to leave the red and green science production basically alone because it's okay. Unless there's actually a problem with it, then upgrade it. But at the moment it's working, so probably don't mess with it. It might bite.
This one's not hugely big, so I'm guessing I've got another one going on somewhere. Oh look, there's quite a few up here. What is this doing?
You've got green circuits being made up here. They're coming down. They're flowing down this belt, and they're going into this machine here, which is making them into the into your assembly machine ones. So made over here, used over here, and passed around on a belt.
Okay. We've also got some up there. If we nick some from here, are we going to cause problems?
Probably not. I don't think you're using up these tier 1 assembly machines particularly quickly, so they'll probably be all right. At least at the moment.
Okay. I don't want to get to down there.
No guard wants
No
more disgusting
more
spaghetti. No guard requests more disgusting spaghetti. Sorry, I may be putting words into his mouth. He requests more spaghetti.
Spaghetti! I think I can put them on here, can't I? On this belt, on this side.
Yes, there is space on the belt. Every belt has two sides, and you've not used one side of that belt, so
One
yes.
side.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Let's do this. I do this without messing up the coal. That's the question. Yes. Oh.
Ooh, it's looking good so far.
Catch up. Okay, so then I need to take it over there. Need to come on to here. And is it going to go onto the side of the belt that I want it to?
I did show her the rules of side loading an underground belt last week, but she's probably forgotten them because I introduced it more as a curiosity than anything else. But yeah, we'll go back and look at that in a moment once we've got the belt down here sorted out, I think. Because it's quite good. It's quite good to be taking the belt down empty, because then when you realise you've made a mistake and redo it, you don't end up with as much. You don't end up with putting all your green circuits onto the copper belt, for example, which is what would have happened here if the belt was already filled.
Hole's going to be in the way, isn't it?
No.
No.
You can go under up to 4 squares with the yellow belt yellow undergrounds.
Now.
How are you going to make sure they're on the correct side of the belt?
I need to do a weird T-junction, I think.
Yes, yes, you do.
Yes.
There are probably other ways to do it, but that is the optimum. What I would say is the optimum way in this particular case.
Why do these get me every time?
I'm not sure. There's one there.
Right, yes. Now I know what I'm doing. Okay, hold on. So and pick that one up. No. Not allowing me.
It is. It will. You just haven't put all the bits down yet. So keep going. Keep building what you think you need to build, and it may well work out. We'll find out.
Oh, it's only letting me go that way. Yeah.
Yeah, but there's a bit. So place that one, and now finish it off.
And then
there we go.
I see. Does let you.
No God believes in you.
Thank you, no God. Someone needs to. Right.
Yeah, you're not getting any sympathy from me. So.
Yeah. Okay. So
right.
that's.
So
then. Oh no, something's gone wrong here.
Oh hey, Red Wraith, welcome back. You sound like Mike, and I don't mean that as a compliment.
That what I need? Why is it not working?
Right,
is it too close to the pole belt?
Yeah, there isn't room for it to turn and go underground in the one square.
Oh no.
So think laterally. If you can't if the green circuits can't go underground?
And the coal needs to go underground.
No, like Mike, the one of the other people who was playing K2SE with us, he was generally quite rude to me, most basically.
That's not what I wanted to do, is it?
No, it's not. Maybe clear a little bit of space around there. What do you think? There we go. And now, okay, that looks good. Okay, your green circuits are greening away. Right. Excellent.
Okay, we've got green circuits going down there and to there, and now we need the yellows. We'll just pick them up. Yes, because that's what they do. They know things. they make things and they know things.
Sounds about right. We haven't got them drinking yet. You have to use different things for fluids. But,
Looking off. Okay, so that's the only two quick ones we have. Has that sped up? Has that achieved our goal?
Well, if you take a look at the machine that's making the blue science packs,
they're not.
It now has more red circuits than it knows what to do with. And the belt has backed up. So you are now making more. You're now making enough red circuits for the machine that's making the blue science. However, you still only have 2 labs down here actually doing the blue science. So yes, you have improved things. You found a bottleneck and you've expanded that bottleneck, which has revealed a different bottleneck.
Okay.
So we'll run through the same process again as we did before. We take a look at the labs. We go, oh, these aren't working as fast as I want them to. Why not? Okay, it's because there's not enough blue science. So now we go back and we go back to see why there is not enough blue science available. Well, this belt's empty, so that's a sign that that's still a sign that there isn't enough blue science being brought down.
Okay.
Follow the belt all the way back up again. We can look at this machine. We say, what's the matter with you? And if we have a look inside it, then, well, it's happy. This machine is perfectly happy. It's got all of its inputs. It's running nicely. The important thing to do is if you watch it when it finishes like this, you see it immediately starts again without any pause. So this machine is happy. This machine is able to run flat out, building the blue science as quickly as the parts are available for it. Sorry, as quickly as it can. All the parts it needs are available for it.
Okay, so we need to speed it up.
Yes.
So this is where we can use a speed module?
You could. To be honest, I'd say at this stage of the game, I wouldn't worry about speed modules. Yes, they are a thing you could be using, but they're not really necessary at this stage. There are probably there are. I would go back to your other way of speeding things up. I mean, if you want, feel free to make a couple of speed modules and chuck them in it. I think you've researched them out. Yes, you can. Yes, you can make them. I wouldn't bother automating them at this point. But if you want to chuck the speed modules in just to see what it's like, then sure, go for it.
Okay.
They're in the production. Yes, there we go.
I only got one anyway. What ingredients for?
Yeah. Definitely going well. We're definitely making progress, and I'm trying to drop vaguely subtle hints, and she's definitely taking them on and usually puzzling out what I'm trying to suggest. So yeah, now this machine, instead of running at a speed of 0.75, is now running at a speed of 0.9. So it is nearly as fast as making things in your pockets, but not quite.
Okay.
It's
the inserters that we need to speed up. Is that that what I'm missing here?
Why are you saying that? If you look at the machine, is there anything wrong with the way the machine's running?
It's just too slow.
Yeah, basically, yes. It's got plenty of stuff on the input side. This is just the speed the machine runs at. It's not fast enough for what you want.
Right. So I need a faster machine. Or more machines.
More machines sounds like a good idea to me, yes.
More machines.
So
why do I keep thinking that's a thing? Forgetting that's a thing.
I'm not sure, but you'll definitely get used to it. So it might be worth having a brief aside to go and automate assembly machine 2s.
All right. Before I get stuck into this one.
Yeah, because you're probably gonna want quite a lot of them, I suspect.
Okay. What do we need for assembly machine 2s? Steel plate, iron gears, electronic circuits, assembly machine 1s. And we've got something doing assembly machine 1s somewhere as well.
Yes. Yeah. So there's.
That was up here, wasn't it? Ah, I'm stuck.
Pipes are fun. So you've got assembly machine 1s here. They're going into this box. And I think you've got steel a bit further up north.
Steel plate.
Plate.
Where is steel plates? Where is steel plate?
Steel plates are being made over here.
Over here.
Oh, by the way, when I ping something like that, you see it's popped up a message in the bottom left corner of the screen, so it's saying I've pinged a place. If you click on the green text, it will show you in the map view where I've just pinged. It might be hidden. Oh, it's hidden. It's up there. Yes, up there. Sorry, it's hidden above your tips, if you pardon the expression. But if you click on that, it'll show you where I just pinged. Except it's gone away now, so I'll do it again.
Right. Yeah.
Clicky. There you go. And you can then zoom in and see what I'm trying to draw your attention to.
I see.
And if I really want to draw your attention to something, I'll be obnoxious and do something like this.
Yeah, that is obnoxious.
You're welcome.
Okay, so steel. I'm doing something over here. Yes.
Yes, it's steel, iron gears, electronic circuits, and assembly machine 1s. And assembly machine 1s are iron plate, iron gear, and green circuits.
Blows my mind. So many things to remember. Got to make And I made that machine so we can automate that machine.
Yep, that's pretty much how it goes. Yeah, and when you pocket craft something, it's really easy for you. It's really easy. It just does the whole thing for you and does all the intermediate steps. But when you want to actually do something, when you want to actually build something with machines, you have to do every step individually. Yes, that's quite right.
Okay.
Yes, she's being very patient with me, Dogma. You're quite right.
Pretty sure that's probably not what document. You're patient. Okay, right. So we need to get steel going on, and we need furnaces to do the steel. Although, can we just use some from here?
I'd say, there's quite a lot of steel here, and it's getting used quite slowly. So I feel you could probably get away with using a bit more of the steel from these furnaces. Yeah.
And probably actually the gears and the. Did we want green microchips as well?
You did, yes.
These,
So
we've
yeah,
got loads on here as well.
yeah, that seems reasonable to me.
Okay, so we need those. What's those? Those. So then we need iron plates and iron plates. Is that the iron plates?
No, those are stone bricks. The other grey square.
They were over. There's not many on that one. That's probably not working quick enough.
Well, the reason there's not many on here is just because that's what fits on the belt. There's actually a nice steady supply coming through these furnaces that is available, that's there to be made into steel, but because you're not using the steel up all that quickly, is just sitting on the belt. So you probably you could steal some iron from here. I don't want to recommend it one way or the other, really, but it is a thing you could do.
Okay.
I want to say you could unroll these pipes, but you can't do that, so I won't suggest it.
Here, I think.
Oh, she's off again.
Yep.
Senseless tree violence.
Get rid of those trees. Okay. I'm gonna build the assembly machine factory bit up there, I think.
Okay. For this,
So
I'd say it'd be absolutely fine to build it with assembly machine 1s. I wouldn't worry too much about the upgrading it to assembly machine 2. Well, don't bother pocket crafting any assembly machines 2s. Get it built out of assembly machine 1s, and then if you decide you want to upgrade it later, you always can, because you'll have it already automated to produce the more advanced ones.
Huh? You lost me entirely that time.
I'm
suggesting
you just go ahead and build the assembly machine 2 factory out of assembly machine 1s, because you've got them. Don't bother upgrading them in your pockets to make some better ones, because there's no real need. Sorry, I think I probably didn't need to tell you that, and I just confused you. So.
What I was planning on doing originally, and I'm a little bit confused now, so I'm just talking about, I was going to set up the factory to build the assembly machine 1s so that they then ran straight into assembly machine 2s.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
Make them. Yeah?
Yeah, sounds good.
Right. So. And plates, angers. Okay.
Sorry, no, I misunderstood what you're doing. I was going to say something and then it wasn't relevant.
Okay. Where am I? Okay. I'm gonna move this belt around. Gonna create more spaghetti.
Yeah! Delicious spaghetti. Oh no! What did I tell you about stopping building too soon? You've polluted your stone brick belt.
What have I done?
So because you took the cog and circuit belt up and put it against the edge of a belt where there wasn't anything on that edge, it just all flowed straight out onto it. Yeah, Yeah, so you need to be careful when you're building belts out like that. You need to be a bit careful, or this sort of thing happens.
Oh no! What am I doing?
If you stand there and hold F, you'll pick up all of the cogs eventually. But you'll probably end up with... Oh no, you won't end up with a few bricks as well. That's good. You're in just the right place to clean it up. Clean up your mess. And move. Well, most of your mess. Okay.
Okay. Fix it. Right. Oh no. Just picking up stuff now.
Oh, that's
okay.
a good point, Dogmine. I forgot about that. Yeah, because it's not something I use very much myself. On the map, if you... How do you even... Oh, yeah, so if you press M to bring up the map, and then press the Add Tag button over in the top right, well, near the top right, you can put a tag on there. So you can put in a description, you can put an icon in on the icon thing, and you can then put things on the map to show you where you've done stuff. So when you forget where you're making your assembly machines in a couple of weeks' time, for example, you can just look at the map and see, oh yes, that's where I put the tag on it. That's quite handy.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's quite handy. I should go through and put those on at some stage. Right, so I need to run this quite quickly.
Oh, yes, actually, no, sorry, there's an even easier way to do that. If you go back to the map view again. So just underneath the add tag thing, there's a load of buttons. If you press the very last one of those buttons on the second row, yeah, that one, then it just does it for you.
Oh, helpful.
There we go. Move quickly that time.
Yeah. Right.
I've changed it just because it amuses me to have it go under and then go over. I'm just being weird.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm just being weird.
You're just being... Yeah. Okay. What else do I need? I need... Iron
plates,
Iron plates. Iron plates, which are down there. Mm-hmm. Okay. It's going to be a pain getting them.
Spaghetti time.
Yes.
Suggest maybe start at the other end and work backwards with the belt. Because then if you make a mistake and you decide you need to correct it, you don't have to pull up quite as much.
So many machines going on down there. Just trying to figure out the best. Maybe I can take it that way. And that way. Let's do that. Let's try
that. No god is bothered because you're running around with rocks in your pockets.
Pull these rocks. Rocks?
Got quite a lot of stone in your inventory. Yes, all of that.
All this stone?
All this stone inside your trunk.
There's a thong in there. Yeah.
Also, if you're building a belt in the opposite direction, remember you're building it backwards, so you want it to run the other way.
Yeah.
You can just run another belt over the top of it, though. If you just go back up to the top and put in the correct belt, but you can delete it.
Okay.
It's fine too. All these things are fine.
I'm gonna end up picking up the coal as well, aren't I?
Yes. But do you remember what I told you a way to that you can make sure that only the things you want go out on a belt.
Yeah.
Can you remember what it is? That's the question.
No. Let me think. Glitter.
Yeah, there we go. Done it before, so it's. I don't feel too bad about reminding you of things when you've done it before. Again, it's worth setting these things up before you put the belt in, because otherwise you end up with things going past anyway, and you're going, it's all going in the wrong way. But yeah.
So, does it need to be? Do I need to turn it? Yeah.
Complicated loop systems. No, you just use the underground belts back in the old days. No, God, what are you talking about?
Nope, that was wrong.
That wasn't a splitter. When I were a lad, we had none of this filter splitter nonsense. Aye, we had to carry... Belts went uphill both ways back then. It went uphill down into the undergrounds as well as coming out of them.
That way around?
Sure.
Mm.
That'll work.
Okay.
Oh yes, I remember. Yes, there was a weird side effect of the way the game engine worked. I think it was referred to as black magic at the time because it was absolute nonsense. But yeah, that's true. There was at one point a thing that worked in weird ways, and yeah. Don't forget to set the filter on the belt before you put anything, but on the splitter before you let anything go into it.
So that's going to be on the right?
It is, but the input side doesn't matter. It'll just take it in from wherever. So as long if you only feed in from one side, you only need a priority set there if you want it to pull from one side in preference to the other side. In this case, you want to pull from. You don't care where it pulls from because you're only going to have one input probably.
Oh, output needs to be right.
Correct.
Yeah.
And you need to set the filter to say what goes to the right.
Okay.
Good. And you can see the icon appears on it to show you where the things are going to go.
Yes, I see. Cool. Okay.
Now, rather than clicking and dragging, I suggest you put the underground belt that's going to come from over here in sort of manually by hand with the actual underground belts, rather than clicking and dragging a normal belt, because it'll allow you to have a little bit more control over it.
Underground. Oh.
Yep.
Underground.
Underground, wombling free. Rotated to be the correct way around, though.
And that would be that way.
Yes.
That way around?
Yep. You'll need to get a bit closer, though.
Oh. Yeah.
And remember, these can go. They can go under 4 tiles if you want them to. So you actually only need one set of undergrounds for this. Yep. There you go.
Happy days.
Lovely.
Okay, so that's going up to the right place. They're going up to the right place-ish. And now we need to... What else do we need for assembly machine ones? Nothing, we just need to make them and get them to the same place. Nope.
Too far away. You're not standing close enough. As is traditional.
Yeah. I always forget about my little dude.
There is a mod for that, but if you have mods installed, you don't get the achievements. So, actually, I'm not sure you're going to get the achievements anyway because I'm not playing on Steam. But still, never mind. You've got 40 of them already. You don't need to make more.
Yeah, plus the one thing.
Yeah, easily done.
I've got them down there as well. Are we going to need more than one of these? Do I need to make loads, or just one would do it?
Generally, when you're making infrastructure-y type things like machines, basically. One tends to be enough because you don't need them in particularly huge quantities, and you can always add in more later if you discover that you need them. So, but yeah, I think one should be sufficient. So what do you want it to do?
Sort of small. We want it to make assembly machine ones.
Yep.
Trying to do. Yes.
Yeah, I'd say at this point, use fast. Yeah, you might as well use fast inserters everywhere, just because they're cheap. I think it's almost not worth using the slow ones, just because. Well, why would you?
Doesn't quite reach to.
And that way you don't have to worry about it. I helped. Alright, so that's now making... There you go. It did a thing. It has now made an assembly machine 1. So congratulations, you've repeated what you already did way down south. So.
Hey! And now we do the
But
next
there's
bit.
another step. Yeah.
So we now need things off this belt, which is handy because we've got those going on there. Plus steel plates and the output from assembly machine 1s.
Yes. So can you get another machine in a place where it can get lots of that?
I'm sure I can.
So am
I. That one might end up being in the way there, but we can.
You can always move if things turn out to be in the way later. You can always move them. It's not a problem.
I need to move that. Put it there for now. Move it if I need to. Okay, we want steels coming down.
Exactly. It doesn't cost anything but time to move things around. There's absolutely no harm in it whatsoever.
Oh, it's not in the way anyway. That's fine. So then we just need the steel.
Yes.
Which was down here. Oh, here
It's the one that looks like girders. On the, yeah, that's the belt.
This one.
Yeah.
So we need to do.
Need to make some spaghetti. It's not too bad. You can get that from that. You can get that belt through. I have every confidence. And I'm pretty sure it's not misplaced.
Oh.
That might be slightly awkward. Yeah, I think you might struggle at that point. Still, it's nearly there. So you've got loads of space up here to play with on the upper side, and not so much space down here. So I suggest you work out how you're going to get out of the bottom part, and then get it over to meet in the top bit. That's probably. No God has weird ideas. I mean, he's not wrong, but I'm not sure I like the idea. Yeah.
Oh, I see. Yeah. I've sort of started this now.
I've started self-finish.
Make more spaghetti. So you take kind of this up and somehow get this up there.
Yeah, that seems like a good way to do it.
Running belts everywhere at this point.
Yeah, I mean you're virtually there at this point. You've practically done it. I might knock out a couple of pieces of belt in the middle of there because you don't need them, but a couple of undergrounds, but that to make it look a little bit neater. But yeah, you're basically there.
Almost.
Almost.
What am I trying to do?
Almost.
Ah,
There we go. All right. So now you got, well, you got the steel and the pipes to up here anyway. That's and that's you're nearly there.
no. Oh,
Q is the key you're looking for.
yes. Yeah.
You can't.
Oh, kind of what I'm trying to do. Yeah, that worked. There we go.
Ooh, that's weird.
That
Yep.
we don't really need the pipes, but never mind.
No, but there's no harm in having the pipes there. So you're virtually there.
I need to tell this to make those, I think.
Yep. And your inserters go nuts, loading things up. And in a moment, there we go, there's a green circuits going in as well. So you're very nearly there.
And then we need a box to put this in, don't we?
Yep, you'll also, it's also one of those.
Boxy box.
No, you've run
Someone
out.
got any boxes left?
No, you need to make another one.
Yeah.
But you've got plenty of wood. In fact, you can make a wooden box, an iron box, or a steel box.
Oh.
The main difference is they have, well, apart from being made out of different materials, is they have bigger and bigger capacities in them. Now you're probably only going to want about 3 stacks of these assembly machines being made at a time, so there's not much point in making an entire steel chest worth. But you could if you wanted to. At the moment, a wooden chest is absolutely fine.
Yeah. Okay, so we want that there. We want an inserter. Into that. And we need one in there.
Right. Oh, you've made 2, 3. And now it slowed down, but you made some anyway. So yes, this is working. You are making your tier 2 assembly machines. You made 5 of them so far. So yeah,
Excellent.
nice.
Happy days. Research is finished from the last thing.
Oh yes,
so...
we've now got electric furnaces. Lovely. If you want to see about if you click on that, it'll tell you what else you need to do before you can do that science pack. So there you go. You also need to research productivity modules, and then you'll be allowed to research the science pack.
Okay. Productivity modules it is. Get that one again. Right. What were we doing when we decided to get these up and running?
You were trying to make your blue science run faster.
That's it.
And then you went off and messed around with things for so long that it didn't matter because you're not doing things that will run on blue science anymore. But you will do more blue science things in the future, so it's not going to be wasted time.
Okay. So...
You might want some of those assembly machine 2s you've just made. Because you made them for a reason. So control click on the box and you grab the lot. There you go.
28. Nice.
You also might want to put a limit on the box since you forgot to do that.
Ah, yes.
Yeah, so you could now potentially, when you're confident that you've got a decent supply of these things, you could go around and replace all of your assembly machine 1s that are making things that you wish you were making faster. You could upgrade them all to assembly machine 2s if you wanted to. Things that are doing infrastructure is less important because you tend not to need those quite the same quantities. But anytime you notice something's a bit slow, you can give it a sort of 50% boost by just upgrading it to an assembly machine 2. Hey, Persistent, welcome.
Okay. I'm here somewhere.
So somewhere down
yes,
here, yeah, a bit off to the west.
Okay.
No, I'm stuck on the pipes this time. Right, so you're going to yes. So you want more machines to be making your blue science packs, and then you're going to need to work out how to connect them all up and make them all run merrily in parallel with each other. So where are you going to begin?
I'm going to remind myself what we did over here, I think. Yeah.
Fair enough.
Although these take an extra ingredient, I think. Because they have the red chips as well.
I have to admit, I do feel a tiny bit guilty over here because I have a feeling I might have railroaded you a little bit into that science park design because it was getting late on that particular stream. So I might have given you a bit too much help there, but never mind. I'll can't do anything about it now.
Indeed. Okay. I almost want to duplicate what I've got going on here to a certain extent with one of these, I think. With blue science here.
Okay. I think. I say I think in that sort of slightly questioning tone because I'm not quite sure what you meant. But it sounds like that sounds reasonable anyway.
Just trying to think how I'm going to get the ingredients and stuff there in the nicest way, but spaghetti's fine too.
Yeah, spaghetti can be quite nice.
So I'm just going to start chucking things down and think and worry about it in a bit.
Seems reasonable.
Oh, that's too close, isn't it? We need it. Oh, no, actually it wasn't. That's fine. Let me take this. Where am I? I'm over there. Take this down here. Oh, where did I go?
Yeah, that looks promising.
Oh no, almost. Almost. Turned too quickly. Right now.
So what are you thinking at the moment? What are you trying to achieve?
Right, I'm trying to connect this belt to that one.
Okay.
Is what I'm trying to achieve. Just not very competent at it. I missed again.
You could start from the other end for something like that, I suppose. That might be easier.
No.
Eventually, I'm cautiously optimistic that eventually putting belts in the correct orientation will become second nature to you. I'm not sure when that's going to happen, but hopefully eventually it will. You could... No Guard is suggesting you turn on the grid if you're having trouble lining the belts up. If you have... I hate it. Personally, I hate it. But if it makes it easier for you, then I'm not going to complain. You can turn it on if you want. Do you think having a grid on it there would be make things easier?
I think it would annoy me if I'm honest.
Okay.
It's more
the
struggle that I had there was more getting it to turn than actually.
Well, it was bringing the two belts across like that. So the grid might have helped with that sort of problem. But
yeah,
it doesn't matter. Go with whatever. Yeah, do whatever you prefer.
Okay, so we need to get these down.
So you're teaching your kid about logic gates before multiplication. Oh, sorry, before negative numbers. Okay, fair enough. So
What is this?
Oh. Oh.
What is this?
Did you read what it said?
Trigger something by pollution. Where did it go?
It's disappeared because you didn't read it quickly enough, or you clicked on it. I'm not quite sure which. So it said it stinks and they don't like it, which is an achievement you have unlocked by triggering an attack by causing pollution.
Don't understand what that meant.
Right. Okay. Well, we could just completely ignore it and see what happens. You know, what's the worst that could happen?
What's happening? Oh, is this? No, that's. I don't know.
Maybe it's just an early warning and nothing will happen. Who knows?
You know, it's very irritating.
Oh, she's running away in panic. Or she's running in panic anyway. I don't know
Just
whether...
trying to see if there's anything wrong with my factory. I don't know. Okay. I don't know what that was. Help. It's not going to help.
I think this the stream may be going to take a little bit of a turn at this point.
Oh no.
Oh, 20 stream streak
no.
from Persistent. Very nice. Thank you. Good to have had you around for the last 10 weeks, presumably. Excellent. Can I draw your attention to your map? You see a red dot moving around?
Over here.
Yeah, you can zoom in on it by scrolling on it. Oh.
No. I've got bugs. They're attacking my... Rude. How do I shoot it?
You get close enough to it to shoot it, and then you press space, and you will shoot it. Where's it going?
Where is it going? It went up there. Oh.
Shall I deal with this one for you?
I'm never going to learn if I let you deal with it.
True, true. All right, I'll just stand around and watch.
I mean, you could help.
Okay, it's a bit over to your east at the moment. It's for some reason it's attacking an inserter. Do you have a gun? You do have a gun.
I shot it.
Yeah. Right, so it's done a bit of damage before you actually manage to shoot it. So if you switch back over to the map view again, can you see any? Can you see any purple? No,
yes.
I can't see any purple blobs. I can see a gap in the belt, but I don't see any. That's interesting. I thought it showed. I thought destroyed things showed in purple. Maybe that's not until you've got something else. But yeah, there's a couple of things up here have been wrecked. So if you come over here and you'll see that there's a gap in the belt. There's a broken inserter, and yeah, so it's destroyed some stuff, which is not good.
Rude.
I know.
Where's the gap in the belt? Under it.
That's the piece of belt. You're mousing over the destroyed piece of belt at the moment. Those are just some random bits and pieces that were on the belt. If you can't repair it at this point because it's been destroyed, you can only replace it.
Do I just run a...
Right, so you've repaired that belt. Yeah. Yep. So now the iron will flow happily and the coal will flow happily again. But there's also an inserter that's been wrecked, so you might need to replace. You'll need to replace that. Not that one. No, that one was absolutely fine.
Oh. Ha ha ha.
It's the one that's actually under its dead body at the moment, which is probably why you can't see it, or you haven't noticed it.
Oh yeah, I can see it. Yeah. Which way was this going?
Feeding
that
upwards.
Was going that way.
Not from there though. Look at all the other ones. Line it up with them. There we go. Ooh, yeah. Either of those works. Either of those places will work. But there's a yellow one on the other side, but is no longer there.
How do I get to it then?
You can't. It's been destroyed. You'll have to just replace it with a shiny new inserter.
Which way was this
Yeah,
going?
that way. Yeah, it was that was unloading iron from the furnace onto the belt. So there we go. Now you fixed what happened up here. I believe it destroyed something else. Do you remember what that was?
It was something. Yeah, it was the pipeline, which will impact a lot.
Yeah, it's probably important. At least it doesn't impact your power generation. That'd be the worst.
Okay, so
yeah, chat has pointed out that actually I was the first one to die to the bugs last week because I got a bit cocky and carried away and stuff. So yeah, you're doing well. You didn't get the first death.
I didn't get shot. I shot it. Aha.
Yes,
right.
you did.
Oh, now I'm stuck on the wrong side of the path.
So you are.
No.
Yeah. Sucks to be you. Yep, that was one way to get through. I'd be lying if I said I hadn't done that myself. Oh, look off to the west. Off to the west. Zoom out.
Oh, I've got another one.
Yes. So, do you want me to explain what's going on, why they're attacking?
Attacking something to do with pollution.
Yes, our factory is creating quite a lot of pollution because it's a factory essentially. If you go over to the map view again and click the red sort of droplet icon on the right hand side underneath the mini map.
Underneath the mini map.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah.
That red stuff. If you now zoom out, that is the pollution cloud we have generated in the times our factory has been running. Now, if the pollution cloud reaches any biters, they will get. Basically, it causes the if it reaches their bases, it causes them to spawn more biters. Those biters will eventually get angry and come over and attack. And so, because we're generating this pollution, the biters are being triggered by it and running over to attack to try and attack the source of the pollution, essentially. So that's why they're coming around here and why they're running over to the furnaces up there and attacking that sort of general area. So. Yeah, they are basically, as long as we keep producing pollution, they're going to keep coming and attacking.
And so we need to find a way to reduce or stop pollution?
That's a bit of a defeatist attitude. No. There's another way to deal with biters. You've already kind of discovered it.
Yeah, kill them.
Yes. But we don't want to have one of us standing around here for the entire rest of the game just shooting the biters as they turn up.
Shooting them.
So no. we need a way of automating that.
Okay. What have we got? I'm guessing what we've got in combat things. Wall. We could build a wall.
Walls are certainly useful.
Gun turret. Radars.
Yes, as No God says, we don't deal with pollution. We deal with the protests about the pollution.
So, yeah. Is wall a thing?
Wall will certainly slow them down. They will eventually chew their way through it, though. So walls are good for slowing biters down and distracting and sometimes for funneling them to certain places as well. But you need something else to actually deal with them a little bit more appropriately.
Mm-hmm.
Which you did look at a moment ago, to be fair.
A gun turret?
Yes, the gun turret is an automated defence system that will, as long as it's got ammo, will just shoot any biters that come within range of it.
Okay. Pocket craft that, or would you get that?
You can pocket craft them. You're probably going to want quite a lot eventually, but for the time being, you could just throw them together in your pockets just to get some up quickly get some up and running.
I get that. Okay.
They take quite a lot of iron to make, though, as you're discovering.
Yeah. Oh, I'm in that. Yeah. So Where's space to place it? Sort of over here.
Yeah, generally the biters do tend to follow more or less the same path every time they come in. So, okay, one of them attacked the pipeline down here. The other one attacked it up here somewhere. But basically, they're coming into this at the moment, at least. They are coming into this sort of general area. So this seems like a good area to defend. Biters also don't like turrets very much, so if they see one when they're coming in, they consider it a priority target and will go for it first. So to an extent, having some turrets around will protect a bigger area, even if the turrets can't quite reach the biters, because the biters will try and attack the turrets. However, as you'll notice by the flashing icons on it, you also need to put ammunition in the turrets as well.
And I don't think I've.
You do actually, if you look in the bottom left, you do have 8 right all the way in the bottom left. You do have 18 further more down, more left, all the way down to the bottom of the corner of the screen. Yeah, down there.
Oh,
you do have 18 magazines in your pistol at the for your pistol at the moment. However, those are kind of on your. They're kind of useful for you in order to be able to defend yourself.
Yeah.
So you can use them in an emergency, or you might want to make more.
Just need iron plates.
No Guard also advises you that biters can't cross cliffs or water, so they're kind of good. They're quite effective defences as well, because the biters can't cross them. They're completely indestructible, so they make really, really good walls.
Okay.
He's also throwing other hints at you as well. Lots and lots of hints.
Sorry, I was just deciding, do we need to just, apparently crafting is what I just decided to do anyway, but I need to get, oh no, what's this? Mass production 1, produce 10k electronic circuit.
Woo! You did a thing. Well, you did 10,000 things, technically. So you've made 10,000 green circuits.
Wow. Right. What am I doing with the firearm magazines? Does it make sense to get automated? Because I'm going to need more.
Yeah, I suspect you're probably going to need quite a lot.
So, iron plate.
But if you've made some, you could chuck at least some of them in the turret in case another biter comes, in case the other two had any friends.
I don't want to put them all in, do I?
If you what's it? Is it control right click? I think. I don't know. I do this sort of stuff by muscle memory.
Yeah, yes, it's half of it.
If you control right click, you can put half of your inventory, half of whatever you're holding into it instead. Grab it from the bottom left again. Oh, okay, I'll do that. Okay, yep, that works too. Right, so that's got 11 magazines, so that will be able to defeat some biters. Peter asks, it all says the answer to any, should I automate this? The answer to any question where should I automate this is yes. Just yes.
Okay. Right, so iron plate. These are iron plates, aren't they?
Yes. Yes, they are.
So I'm gonna do. I know. I'm making them somewhere. Oh, wrong button.
Yeah, she hasn't quite got sufficiently familiar with the sort of scale you build things in this game yet. But we'll get there. It's a sort of it's a process.
Lost the top. Yes. Okay.
Might need a box. Yeah.
Any limit on this, do you think? Loads.
I'd say yes, but a fairly high one. I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how much because it's going to eat a lot of iron, but also you are going to need a lot of ammunition. So
Well, there.
sure, yeah, why not?
You can always increase it, right?
That's true. Yeah, we can always come back and increase it later.
No. Oh, thanks.
Well, you don't need to completely start over again, no guard. You can just sort of go, oh, this is too small. I better build it a little bit. I better build some more, which is pretty much what we've done. I mean, we've still got red and green science being produced over here. Now, granted, this area is actually completely useless because there's never going to be any blue science going into these labs, but they're still there. And down here, there's still the one machine at the top making the making blue science, even though there's some more sort of gradually appearing in down here.
Right. That's where we're at before the biters came in.
Yes.
Oh, and I need to get a research going because we've run out of research.
Oh, true. Yes. If you get overrun by the biters, then you're in trouble. That's fair. Ah, you're thinking about the military stuff now, aren't you?
Which I've completely ignored so far, pretty much. But now I'm like, why did I ignore that?
That's a future Gen's problem.
Yeah, so now future Gen is like, yeah.
At least that only takes red science. It's going to finish really, really quickly.
Why has that not started the research? Oh, okay. Yeah, it has.
Hello, Mac. Welcome.
Okay, so you want.
So if you want to copy, if you want to make lots of machines do the same thing, if you shift right click on a machine that's already got that programmed, and then shift left click on the machines you want to copy to paste into, then you can do that without having to go through the whole rigmarole of programming each machine individually. Fine. Yeah. To be fair, we already do have some alternative weapons. She just hasn't looked at the tab closely enough to realise they exist yet.
Basically.
Oh look, there's a massive hint. Okay.
Go and look at that then, shall we?
Yeah, so you've got some choices of weapons up there. At the moment, you've been using the pistol. You have other options as well. Does anyone, speaking to chat here a little bit, has anybody else ever, does anybody actually use the shotgun? Let's wait and see if there's anything. Yeah. The submachine gun's fantastic. Shotgun, though,
Yeah, I was thinking, what's the point of a shotgun? Because surely that won't shoot as much as the submachine will.
Yeah, traditionally in computer games, machine guns do, well, exactly what you'd expect a machine gun to do. Shotguns tend to have much shorter range, but much higher damage output, especially per shot. But I've never really used the shotgun very much in Factorio, so I'm not quite sure. I assume it sort of follows the standard rules, but yeah. Persistent says it's good for dealing with nest killing in the very early game before you get gun turrets. But you've got gun turrets, so yeah. Or shotgun for clearing trees, apparently.
So, someone uses grenades.
Yeah, grenades are very good for trees.
And now you're just shooting at trees.
Yeah, I'm seeing how good the shotgun is for clearing trees since someone suggested it. And mediocre is my answer.
Okay.
Oh, your turret's killing biters. It's just killed a couple of biters.
Oh, good.
Successfully, and didn't even take any damage.
Excellent. Probably need to.
No god, it's fixating slightly on the idea of grenades in the inside the base.
Um. Oh, it's you shooting things.
Yeah, it's just me. Don't worry, the biters don't have guns. Oops, I've damaged the pipes.
Uh,
They just have numbers.
you you're destroying stuff.
Yeah. Not
Okay, so I'm thinking possible next priority is gun turrets or submachine guns.
Okay, you don't need multiple submachine guns. That's another pocket craft thing. You
Okay,
need basically
that's
you need one. So you've only got one. Well, I was going to say you only got one hand. No, a submachine gun is a two-handed weapon apparently. But yeah, you only need one of those. It's not like the turrets already come with Gatling guns. I think if you look at them, they don't do as much damage as I would expect a Gatling gun to do, but also they don't get through ammunition quite as quickly. So I suspect it's just cosmetic. But they're already fully automatic. You don't need to use submachine guns to make turrets, thankfully.
So we're short on iron plates?
Yes. Yeah, you need 30 of them to make it, and you've got one.
Got machines making stuff, right?
That's true. You could grab some cogs out of the machines over here to make them slightly more quickly if you wanted, or you could just hoover up a load of iron off this belt and then go. Yeah.
That's why, yeah, that was what I was thinking. Just hoover up a load. Is it?
F.
Quite a lot on. How many we got now?
Okay,
59.
got some.
Are those on the go then?
Yep. So when that finishes, it'll automatically get dropped into your weapon bar in the bottom left. You can select where you put your ammunition by just moving it as with everything else, and you can select which weapon you have selected, which is the green highlight, by pressing tab. So if you want to move the ammunition to the submachine gun, move it along on the bottom rows. There you go.
I see. So that's the one that'll be selected.
Yeah, so when you fire, when you shoot now,
it'll
use that gun instead of the other one.
Okay. Cool. And research finished. So.
Yeah, the damage ones are slightly more valuable because they mean each individual bullet does more damage. So you won't necessarily get through ammunition any faster, or you'll get through ammunition more slowly technically because but you'll.
Oh no! What's happened? What's happened? Have they got to it?
No, you've run out. Looks like you've run out of coal.
Oh.
So do you remember where your power comes from? No, not there. Oh, it's sort of, yeah, it's...
This.
No, well, yes, kind of. Right, so what's happened is you've got a massive brownout. If you follow me, I'll show you what's happened. So you've got your coal mine here, digging up coal, passing it up along the belt here. It comes round through here, goes in through here, and it goes into all the various boilers in order to boil the water into steam. You've run out, so all the boilers have stopped running. So you've now not got any electricity. So you need to fix that. How are you going to go about doing that? Because your mining drills are also require electricity to run. So if you've got a power cut, you don't produce any coal. Therefore, you don't get any electricity, and everything just stays very, very sad.
So, is the crux of the matter that I've run out of coal where these drills are and I need to move them?
No. If you mouse over the drills, you'll not those ones. Those aren't actually being used anymore. Those ones, you see, it says expected resources on the right-hand side. There's still 25,000 coal underneath that drill. What I think has happened here is the drills weren't producing the coal as fast as it was being used, so you've just run out. Therefore, it's sort of a cascading failure. If you're not producing the coal fast enough, then eventually you start to not have enough at the boilers. The boilers produce less electricity, so the mining drills run slower. So the problem gets worse and worse and worse until you get to this point where everything just dies, and because you've run out of power.
Good. Excellent.
So there are a couple of steps you need to go through to get things working again.
Need more coal?
Yes, but there's a slightly more immediate problem. What is the problem right now? The specific end problem. What was the symptom you noticed?
We need electricity.
Right. So how do we get electricity?
We have no electricity. Um.
What is missing? Why is there no electricity coming out of these machines? Out of these steam engines?
Because it's run out of coal.
Right. So in order to get it to produce more electricity, you need to put some coal in it.
Yes.
Conveniently, you seem to have a load of it in your inventory.
Yeah. That's handy.
So if you select that and then just sort of hold down Control and run along the road, drop it, click and holding on on the boilers themselves, you can just run up the row.
Oh, the bottom.
Yeah, just chuck it in the boilers and they'll start working again. As Badger points out, this is helping with the Bakar even. Sorry, I misread that. This is helping with the pollution problem, technically. So Control click.
Sorry, what? Control click.
And then drag over all of them, and well, you'll have to run up there to reach that one.
Oh.
There you go. So you've chucked a load of coal from your inventory in there. So that has helped in the meantime. Your mining drills have kicked back in again. Things are working again now. However, you're still going to end up in the same problem again in a little while if you don't fix the source of the problem. And what's the source of the problem?
I need it to produce more coal.
Yes. And how are you going to get it to produce more coal?
I need more drills.
Yes.
Do I have some?
Yes, you got 8 of them. 4 rows down, second in from the right.
4 rows down. Down from the right. Okay, excellent.
Also, I'm going to pull up these 2 burner drills because they're a nonsense at this point. You may want to redistribute your... Well, I don't know. You might want to redesign your mining area a little bit, but we'll see how you get on. You've got another 8 drills to play with, and I suggest you just put them all down because the more the messier, basically.
Move this, I think.
Yeah, you've bought a bit of time by chucking a load of coal into those boilers, so things will work for a little while, even if you cut the coal supply off. But work reasonably quickly because you run into problems eventually if you pull things up.
Yippee.
True, yes. If you wanted to have a bit of a think about things, you can pause the game and sort of and look around and try and plan what you're going to do, or you can just sort of scatter things around. You'll probably be all right. I have a little bit of coal in my pocket, so I can probably chuck some more in if absolutely necessary. But yeah, still got another 3 mining drills to place. So I'll set that pylon out for you. There you go.
Oh yeah, thanks.
Remember, you're going to need belts to get the coal out of the drills or away from the drills to wherever to go to where it's needed.
Yeah. I still got some more. now then. Okay. And then if I run a belt along here.
Yep.
And this goes straight under.
Yes, the drills are pretty much the one thing that stuff just comes straight out of and lands right in front of them.
Oh, no. Trying to decide where to put this. I feel like I could run it. Can I run it onto this belt so that it then carries on up there?
Yes. Yeah, you can do that. Put it wherever you like. It's your factory.
Oh, wrong button.
No God says you're doing well. It's better than his first mining fields were.
That's good to know. Oh.
Right. So now checking a load more coal out there. It's all going onto the left side of the belt. Fine. You've not quite finished the belts down in the mining area. I'll point out to you before you disappear off up the belt and get lost.
Yes.
Yeah. Right, so there you go. You've gone from having 2 drills running to 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 drills running. So you're producing literally 5 times as much coal now.
Nice.
So yeah, you've got a supply coming through. Now, one thing you might want to try and... So congratulations. You've survived both your first biter attack and your second biter attack. And maybe the third and fourth ones as well. And your first blackout when you just run out of coal and the whole system has gone... and recovered nicely from it. So things are working once again. I'd say that's quite good. It's been a busy stream. So yeah, No God says, how will you prevent the loss of power from happening again? Now that's a bit sort of a slightly trickier one to answer. It's going to be quite a long time. The power production has been quintupled, so it'll be a little while until it has problems again. But it probably will happen again at some point.
I think when I was over here, isn't there other ways of doing fuel that's not coal?
There are, but I don't think you've really got to any of them yet. I mean, have a look if you want, but you'll need to stand a bit closer though. If you mouse over where the coal is, I think it tells you what you can put in there.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. Oh, no, it doesn't. Okay. Right, I'll put another boiler down. That'll probably tell us. Yeah, if you open that one up and mouse over where the coal would go, those are the other things you can burn. So we do have a bit of one of those. So again, in an emergency, we could chuck some wood in one of these because we've got quite a lot of that. We've been going out and grotesquely, brutally murdering trees. But solid fuel, rocket fuel, nuclear fuel. I might not have been paying attention, but I don't think you've made any of those yet.
Okay. In production, if I had.
I guess one thing I would advise is just whenever you're running around the factory, whenever you run past here, have a look at the coal, make sure it looks like there's a decent amount of it, and just make sure, try and get into the habit of glancing at things to make sure they seem to be reasonably happy whenever you go past.
Okay.
Ooh, you're looking at research again. That's exciting.
Okay, so well, the options.
Yeah. Do you want me to talk about any of them?
I can see that we've got the ability to make purple.
Okay, yeah. So unlocking purple science would unlock lots and lots of things. That's certainly true. Okay, Peter. Well, thanks for dropping by, and we'll catch you in the next stream, or more likely on Discord. Well, next time we need some sort of weird fluid dynamics thing doing. Delicious purple juice.
God likes the purple.
One thing you could do is concentrate on things that only require red and green science for the time being, because you have lots and lots of red and green science packs, and you don't have very many blue ones yet. So anything you do that requires blue science will take a bit longer. Will take a lot longer to run. That said, if there's something that uses blue science that you're particularly excited about, then then it could still be worth going for.
Okay, I might just crack on with these ones for now because they'll go quicker. Okay.
Okay.
Where were we before we ran out of electricity? Oh yeah, it's almost done. It's almost done. Yeah, it's done. Okay, good.
Hooray, military 2.
So
you've unlocked bullets that do a lot more damage but are more expensive to make, and you've unlocked grenades which go bang.
Hey.
I'm gonna make some grenades.
And they use green. Someone was all about the grenades earlier.
No God gets very excited by grenades.
No God, it was no God. All right, come on then. Well, let's get the grenades on the go, shall we?
So that makes that one you're doing. That's probably nearly done by now. Makes your grenades a bit more effective. So they just do more damage. Actually, getting the first grenade research or the first extra stronger explosive one done is actually very, very useful, because it means it goes from being 2 grenades to destroy a tree to being 1 grenade to destroy a tree, and that is extremely convenient.
Excellent. Okay. It's 20%, so it's got a little bit of time.
Yeah.
Right, so we were... No, wrong way. We were down here somewhere.
Yeah, yes. Trying to do blue science.
This is where I was. Blue science.
Can you remember anything of what you were doing?
Yeah, I was trying to get these bits and these bits to down here.
I know what I'd do, but telling you wouldn't be fun. Would not be fun.
Not be the point.
Exactly. Yes.
In my head, I'm thinking, can we put belts running down here?
Right, let's see where you're. Oh.
Picking up these items on one side and these items on the other side.
Yeah, so you're thinking along the right lines with putting 2 things onto a belt, because you're basically going to need. Well, I'm not going to say need, but it's going to be very, very useful to do that.
And the research finished. In the meantime,
Oh, it still doesn't kill the trees in 1 grenade. Maybe we need another stronger explosives research. Maybe I need to make new fresh grenades, because these were made when we had done that research. No, that's not how it works.
We've got a military science pack also available. Great.
Yes, military science pack allows you to unlock lots and lots of new exciting weapons and other such general military stuff. Not surprisingly.
That looks like it may be worth getting on the go.
Okay.
Okay. So, brain engage. How am I going to do this?
Someone thought you were a monster, Astrid. Why on earth do they think you're a monster? Must be the motorcycle gear.
Can't get concentrating on anything because the science keeps finishing. Oh look, stronger explosive 2. Do you want that one? Oh no,
and that requires military science, I think.
For that. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, we won't be doing that one then.
No.
No, go nuts. What do you fancy?
Oh, let's do explosives. Going all about the military stuff tonight, seeing as I've been attacked.
Jen's getting violent.
Yeah. Okay. Brain engage. I need to. How am I gonna do this? Oh, hold on.
Oh, have you got a cunning plan? Is it so cunning you can put a
Well,
tail on it
I've
and call it a weasel?
just started thinking maybe I can move this one over. Which would just make the belt situation easier. They'll all be in a nice line. Nice organized line.
Organisation can indeed be quite nice.
Yeah. But it'll stop making blue science while I sort all the belts out, so
That's all right. I mean, you're not actually. I was going to say you haven't been using the blue
not
science at the
using
moment,
them.
so there's a bit of a backlog of it. You could probably squeeze a research through, even without it running.
Can't just move something, can I?
No, you have to dismantle it and remantle it where you actually want it.
Ooh.
Thonk.
Was it control?
No, shift right click to copy, shift left click to paste.
Shift right click.
There you go.
I think that's done that bit. Do.
So now you need to get all the inputs into those, all the machines you've just put down. Ooh. Missed. There we go. We've had an idea. Just right click on those to pick them up, or run over them and press F. Either works. Yeah, we had an idea for a challenge mode for this game where we were going to say once a machine has run, you're not allowed to pick it up and move it ever again. I'm not going to suggest that for you though, because that'd be extremely cruel.
Yeah.
And probably wouldn't. Why are you shooting the belts?
I don't know. What did I press?
C. Why you pressed C, I don't know, but you did press it.
I was going for S.
Well, that's the point, though, God. That's why it's called a challenge mode. Don't put that last piece in just yet, because if you put it on there, you will just feed all of your engine units to the science labs.
Yes.
And I don't think that's what you want to do.
It's not what I want to do at all. No. What I want is this belt running down here so we can put the outputs on. This going into here so that both of these are going on the in. I'll move this.
This all sounds like a good plan.
So if I move that up there.
Well, yeah, but the challenge is to try not to make mistakes. No, God, that's the point. And we at least said it's not until after a machine has actually run once, because we felt it'd be a bit cruel if you weren't allowed to move anything as soon as you put it down. And we're going to allow belts to be moved as well, because we're not complete monsters. Ooh, where's that going?
Where am I going? Get off.
Going down. Yeah, we were going to try and get somebody to produce a mod that would actually automatically enforce it, but we haven't done that yet. So maybe someday, because we think it'd be a fun challenge. Maybe a supporter stream or something like that.
Right. If I do this, will that work?
If you want me to move those two things that are in the middle there, the light and the constant combinator, the red box thing, I'm happy to move them. They're mostly there just to be in the way. So.
If I put this bit of belt down here, will it go onto the right? Correct side? Or do I need to
Yes.
do one of those splitty things?
You need to be sure that you're never going to have motor units coming down the other side of the belt, or it will break it. So it will, if you put a piece of belt in that gap, then it will pass. Then the red circuits will go onto the other side, and it will do what you expect. However, if in the future you manage to get motors coming down engines coming down both sides of the belts feeding in, then it will break it later. Okay, Astrid. Well,
Okay.
we'll catch you another time. See you later. No guard. The one you're looking for is the whistle stop mod. Right, that looks promising.
Okay, so then I want some
Inserter frenzy.
inserters. So we want to go that way with these.
Well, let me know what it's like when you try it, No Guard. I'm interested in it. I've not. I don't know when I'll get the opportunity to play it, but I certainly would quite like to. It certainly sounds interesting. So I'd appreciate a review. It's interesting seeing you seeing you play this and think through the problems yourself, because you've done it. You've built it in a way that is quite different from what I was thinking, but is fully valid and is going to work perfectly well. It's just different from what I was thinking, which makes it interesting.
Yay! And I'm feeling now we can get away with maybe even a couple more now. I've got this all. So one or two more to make the most of this space here.
Yeah, makes sense.
So.
Uh-oh, something got destroyed. There's a biter.
Oh no.
Your turret ran out of ammunition, and the biters got through the what's the name? Oh, it's a medium biter as well. How come we've got medium biters already? Blimey. Also, I shot some stuff. Let's not use the shotgun. It is indeed rubbish. I will not be trying that again.
Okay, so we need more ammo for the.
We need more turret because the turret has been destroyed. Probably because it ran out of ammunition. I wasn't paying very much attention to it. But yes.
Okay, craft a couple more of those.
Yeah, I think having a quantity of turrets available would be an extremely useful thing, especially as the let's just say the biter attacks are not going to get rarer. Also, if you have a look on the production tab on your crafting menu, that's the second one across. There's a thing on the top row that you might find worth knowing about. So if a thing has been damaged, you can use that. You can use a repair pack to fix it up and bring it back to normal. And so I've just made a couple of those because I was playing with the shotgun and I shot a couple of things that I shouldn't have done. Not entirely unlike when you were playing with the submachine gun earlier.
Mm-hmm. Oops. What did it break? What did it break?
The biter bit through the pipes again, and then I headed it off at the pass. Yeah.
So. Repair pack.
You can't repair it because it's been destroyed. A repair pack is for something that's been damaged, but if it's been destroyed, you have to build it new again. So, for example, if I that piece of pipe that I've just shot, that can be repaired. It can't be replaced, but it can be repaired. The one
I see. So it'll have
destroyed.
It'll have the like
health bar.
Little health bar thing.
Yes,
okay.
Exactly.
So shall I repair that? No, you destroyed it.
Yeah, you might as well. It gives you a chance to see how it works. It's somewhere in the middle of your inventory. Fourth row down, third from the right.
Oh.
You might want to put that on your hotbar as well, just for easy access.
Yeah.
Ha! No, says it's actually cheaper to replace pipes than it is to repair them. He's probably right. No, it'd be a left click, but it's the one above the health bar, not the one below the health bar. So you click and hold on it.
I see.
Click and hold. There you go. That's been repaired.
Oh. Oh, thanks.
That's right.
Okay,
Right,
and I
so
think
now, before you do any other more prevaricating around, I suggest you put some more turrets in, because the biters are
this
going
was
to be back and in larger numbers.
what I was gonna do.
Okay. We've run out of ingredients to make them, but you do have 2, so you can put them in.
I do have to. Yeah. So if I go right, one there.
That's out of reach, but
Oh yeah.
you can make your way out there
Where
somehow.
am I?
Not too many spoilers, please, Conrad. This is meant to be a. This is the whole point of a beginner's stream, is that we don't give her ideas and we let her think about her own way of solving the problems, rather than going, oh well, any other Factorio player would do. So yeah.
Oh man, I'm stuck in my pipes.
Yeah, pipes are like that. You haven't put any ammunition in that turret, by the way. So it's not going to do much, just sat there.
It's annoying.
Where'd she go? Oh, you're over there.
Yeah, I'm just putting the second one in down here. Try and cover it.
Right. Yeah, there's 2 possible ways of looking at this. You might want to you can either spread them far apart so they cover as much of the base as possible, or you can put them a bit closer together so they can sort of gang up on the biters. So if you have them close enough together that multiple ones of them can attack the biters at the same time, then they'll be a bit more effective.
Oh, closer together, did you say?
Probably, yeah.
More.
I mean, I was just telling someone off for giving you too many suggestions, but so maybe I shouldn't. But yeah.
I'll put the other one here as well.
Yeah, and the biters are attracted to turrets, and so far they've all been following the same path in, and they will continue to do that, more or less that, at least until the attacks start to come from different places. Yes, if you mouse over a turret, you see a green circle appears around it.
Yeah.
That's the range of the turret, so it will be able to shoot any biters that are inside that circle.
Yeah. Shall I move that one a little bit further away then, so it's not picking? Or is it good that they overlap?
I'd say move the top one over to the right a bit, perhaps to be directly above the bottom one, because then they'll be able to support each other a bit better. If any biters get close enough to the top one to be able to attack it, then they'll be shot. Then the bottom one will be able to shoot them as well.
Oh.
E. There we
go. There?
Yeah, that seems fine.
Yeah.
But yeah, they still need ammunition, or they're not going to be able to do anything. They're just going to get destroyed. And turrets are fairly expensive, so you want to make sure they don't get destroyed. And turrets full of ammunition are very expensive, so you definitely want to make sure they don't get destroyed.
Wait. We've got something making these, right?
Yes.
So many things. How do you remember what you've got going on?
Habit. Okay. You get used to it. I think.
Used to it.
And because it sort of grows gradually over time, despite what my memory is like, I find it reasonably easy to learn where things are in a factory that I've been playing through. If it was somebody else's factory and I just dropped into it, then it'd take me forever to find anything unless I started using search functions or something like that, which don't exist in vanilla, so we don't have those. But if it's one that I've been involved in the whole production of, then I tend to be fairly good at remembering where things are. So you can just chuck an entire stack in if you want, and that way you'll be able to not worry about it for as long as possible. But if it does get destroyed, it's going to be rather expensive. But it's probably okay. At this stage, when the biters aren't too scary, it'll probably be alright.
Hopefully.
Fingers crossed.
Now back up and running. You're in my way. Go away.
Fine.
Um,
I'll go off and hide in the ammunition production area then. I'll leave you to get on with the blue science all by yourself.
I know, you like that. uh,
Actually, it needs lights down there. I'll come and do that. I don't know where to put. I'll put them along here. Let there be light. And it was good. Well, reasonably good. Adequate.
okay, we need to speed up ship production, I think. And some red.
Pattern is put them down there, then they get power.
Not not going very quickly because red chips, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yep, red circuits. I mean, they're being made, but they're not being made very quickly. And so you need to come over and look at it and go, and then work out why they're insufficient. Oh, something's getting damaged. One of the turrets is getting damaged. Okay, that one turret, the top turret, isn't sufficient to deal with the biters on its own. It needs more back. It needs backup. It can't fight them off quickly enough to keep itself safe, even with the support from the bottom one.
Do I need to bring it closer, or do we need more turret?
I think more turrets sounds like a better idea. More guns is always the way to go, right? Nervous laughter.
We've got explosives. Does that help anything?
No, I'm afraid not. Explosives for other stuff.
Damn it. Okay. Boo. Okay, turrets. So we haven't got enough ingredients. We need iron plates. Is that what you're gonna go off and get?
Okay. If you want. I'm happy to help if you ask me to do something, and then I'm happy to go.
You just started running off, so I didn't know whether that's what.
Oh no, it's completely unrelated. So I'll make you some turrets, shall I? No God, the American says more guns are always good. I am currently making turrets. If you want to put some, tell you what, if you want to put some turrets down as ghosts, then I'll place them down, and then once I've built them, and then I can. And you can get back to thinking about the blue science.
Remind me the ghost.
So select a thing by pressing Q over it, and then just place them down. And you'll place them down as ghosts because you don't have any in your pockets. I'm making 5, so that's your limit at the moment. Although I could make more, I suppose.
Maybe try that.
This area of the base is not conducive to running through.
No, it is not. Right. What is the deal with these? Cables.
Yeah, you can see where they can shoot, but ideally you want to have... you're right, No Guard, but ideally you want to have them running into the middle of a line of turrets, so the turrets on both sides can shoot at them, rather than running into the end, where they're going to be a little bit more vulnerable. But, yeah, should work fine for now. We're only on medium biters, after all. space things like that, do it properly.
This isn't doing anything, is it? Oh no. It's like, yeah, okay. That's why I need long ones, because I need long ones, that's why.
Long one for output, yes, that's right. I mean, there's several reasons they're not doing anything.
Yeah.
I'll leave you to get on with it though. I don't want to distract while you're making progress. I'll just come along sticking important things in like lights.
I'm not doing it. Freaking. Okay, we need to get copper cables going quicker.
Yeah.
It's going to break, right?
Notice how that's stopping with the machine full of cables. So it's stopping running with the load in the output.
So the output's too slow.
Correct.
Let me just drop one of these over.
Yep. That'll help. So that'll help things a bit. We'll remain to see how we will see how much that improves things, but it's certainly going to help.
Okay.
No guard has spotted something you've forgotten to set up as well. I mean, there's a couple of things wrong over here that aren't quite finished, but
yeah,
that is not the most pressing factor at this point.
Keep getting distracted with other things, I think.
Always the way.
You need plastic. That's what I've done. Right. Okay, I'm with it. Oh,
I see. Yep. Okay.
I need some power to that.
With the pylons placed as they are, you've got coverage of 2/3 of the two out of the 3 slots on either side. So there is room to put all the inserters in there, but you just need to put them in the right places. Yeah, keep getting distracted. Yes, the game is all about distracting you to make when you think you've nearly whenever you make a little bit of progress. What you need is a sort of a stack of pieces of paper in front of you, and each time you get distracted by something, write down what you're currently doing and put it on top of the stack. And then when you finish a thing, you can then pick up the piece of paper off the top of the stack and look at it and go, "Oh yes, that's what I need to do next." I mean, it's quite literally a stack in computer programming. But, that's essentially what you need.
Alright. Still not. It's been a bit, I guess, but...
Yeah, that has definitely helped.
Yeah.
It's certainly helped, but actually, it looks like all the machines making blue science are currently running. But I think that's probably because there was some red circuits on the belt, and you're just chewing through all of those. And once they're and I suspect it's not going to be quite enough to continue it running. And looking over here, looking over here, only some of the machines here that are making the red circuits are actually running. I think it's only the top 3 that are running. Maybe the top 4 occasionally.
Because these are still not making quick enough.
Yes. That said, you are currently making blue science at a rate of 24 per minute, 22 per minute, 22, 24 per minute. That's not bad. You might feel that that's fast enough for now. Or you might go, that's terrible. I want to be making them at per minute. At our peak, let's have a look at the production graph over the last mumble hours. What's the science we've been making fastest? So we've had brief peaks on the red and green sciences of about 40 or so per minute. Just over 40, 44, 45 per minute. The blue has peaked at its current place about 23 per minute. So we are able to make the red and green significantly faster than the blue still. However, you've got blue backing up along the belt. You've got no science happening at the moment. You've got enough blue right now. So it's up to you whether you want. So it may not be worth spending the time on upgrading this at the moment, and leave this running while you work on something else, and then come back later.
Okay.
Oh, the top, and to give you another distraction, the top turret has taken some damage. So they are running in and they are attacking that top turret. So what I would suggest here, I think the bottom turrets aren't actually doing anything useful. I would suggest moving the bottom turrets up to above the top turret. Maybe the sort of bottom 3 turrets up to above the top one.
Nah.
You've got a lot of ammunition. Wow.
This is a pain. Why did I design it like this?
Well, no design is permanent. If you want to redesign it so that it's less of a pain, you certainly can do. Maybe like that.
Oh. Yeah.
Perhaps. And remember to chuck some ammo in them. Maybe 100 in each. So if you grab that,
right,
so if you click on that. No, left click on that. Right, and now press E to close the turret. Now hold down Control and right click on each of the turrets in turn. Okay, you left clicked, but never mind. You put 200 magazines in each one instead of the 100 I was trying to get you to put in, but that's fine.
Okay.
Left and right are important button names. This is Jen's screen, play not most of the time. I mean, I can flick it over. So this is Jen's screen. That's my screen. I can flick back and forth between them whenever I want to. But basically, we're watching Jen because she's the one who's going around doing all the interesting things. I'm just sitting here being opinionated and telling her she's doing it all wrong.
Basically. Right.
Oh yeah, she's supposed to be reading through all the tips on the left-hand side between streams, but she keeps forgetting to do that because she has an actual life outside playing Factorio and doesn't play the game between streams like a normal people would.
Oh, you are the tips. There you go.
True. Yeah, there's definitely an element of truth in there.
So as the research had stopped, I'm just having a look at what research we can do now. Efficiency, energy consumption.
Is there anything in there that you want, that excites you, that sparks joy, as they say?
Well, we did talk about mining productivity earlier.
It's true, we did. Yeah.
This stuff needs grey science.
Maybe that's a sign that the next thing you do should be grey science. If you're looking at things in there and you're wanting them, and they require grey science, and that sounds like grey science should be the next thing to look at.
Potentially, although I think I might do mining production first, and then maybe look grey science wise. Okay. Yeah. That's what we want. Oh, I wanted that earlier. Okay.
Yeah, the factory is growing. It's got. Oh, here comes a wave of biters, but the turrets are shooting them all dead. Right. Yes, and your turrets managed to take them out before they passed the row of trees over here. So the turrets are doing quite well at the moment.
Good.
They've all died in the forest.
It's good.
Yeah, she's doing well. I mean, so far today's progress so far has been a massive increase in the rate of production of blue science. Although I think it might be going to struggle again in a moment. We had a power crisis, and we investigated the biters. The biters investigated us for the first few times. So, yeah, it's definite progress. Things are happening.
Things are indeed happening. Just getting slower again, isn't it? The red chips. But then we're not really using blue science at the moment, so it's whether that's the priority at the minute.
Yeah, and there's always going to be lots of different things to do. So it's sort of it comes down to what you think is the priority at any given time. I can't.
Of course, Laurence, you also forgot to mention how amazing I was at driving that car that we made.
Oh yeah, we don't talk about that. No, the red and green lights are completely vanilla. So I'll just hide Jen for a moment. So the red and green lights, all I've done that is completely vanilla gameplay modes. I've just come over here. I've put in constant combinators that are outputting a red signal down here, and hooked them up to the lights and said use colour and always be on. So we get red lights along where we're making the red science, we get green lights along where we're making the green science, and that's a very good point. I need to come over here and turn all of these into blue lights. So let's do that and return you to your regularly scheduled Jen.
Oh, okay. I was going to say talk for a bit because I need to just pop off a minute.
Okay.
So can you take over a minute?
Yeah, no problem. Okay, so flicking back over to me messing around with stuff. Yeah, so setting up. It's not a thing that you actually need to do at this sort of stage of the game. I'm mostly doing it for funsies because the idea amuses me. But I thought while I had a number of people were saying, could you put in more lights because it makes it look better on stream, and that seemed like a good idea. So I scattered lights around the factory. But then I also thought, well, why not have some color coded lights around the science production areas as well, just to pretty it all up a bit. So the way I'm doing that is, as I say, putting in a combinator at the top, telling that to output a signal of the appropriate color, and then coming along to each of the lights in turn, and I want to use the colors, and I want it to be enabled when anything is greater than 0. So at the moment, blue is greater than 0, so that's guaranteed to always be true. And so that light comes on in blue. I can do the same for this one, and this one, this one, and this one. And then they're all, now we've got these nice glowing blue lights. Now the problem is, they are glowing blue, but that isn't a very bright blue, especially during the day. The reds and the greens over here, they're lovely and bright, but the blue's a bit naff. So maybe if I come in here, what if I set the cyan instead? Is that any better? Oh, I need to unset blue as well. So if I set cyan instead, yeah, that's a bit better. It's still kind of blue, but it's much brighter. And to be honest, the blue science juice is kind of cyan. So yeah, let's go with that. That seems all right. No, nothing like the bottleneck. This is just straight up lighting the factory up with lights. So nice and straightforward. Yeah, the car is very useful, sure. The problem I find is getting it to drive not in a straight line, but in a sort of a due north, south, east, west line. Especially there we go. That's due east. That's not too bad. It's not too bad if you're running on the server, and I am the server, so I'm hosting the game because I've got the better computer and actually the worse internet connection, but the better computer. But driving when you're not the server is kind of difficult. So I'm gonna be nice to Jen and say that perhaps the reason that she kept driving into all of the bits of the factory was because she's running on the client, and it's inherently just more difficult when you're driving on the client than when you're driving on the server. So I'm sort of implying it's not her fault, and not just because she's come back and can hear me again.
Hello.
Welcome back. All right,
Thank you.
Flip back over to you then, so we can see your screen again. Yeah, I should build you a racetrack down here with the lights so you can practice your driving.
Yeah.
When we did the Factorio supporter stream, someone once we unlocked one of the huge side panels areas off to the side, one of the guys went out and built a racetrack out there, so we all went around it in the cars trying to drive as well as possible, and did not do very well at it. Oh yeah, you can certainly put two people in the car. I didn't try having one person driving and one person shooting like earlier. It was just sort of I just jumped in to sort of go for a ride while she was driving. So we'll maybe we'll try that another time if we do decide to go out on some sort of a diplomatic mission. So there's some exciting new stuff to play with. Military
Yeah.
science packs.
Military science packs, which needs grenades.
Grenades. I'm not going to say least of your worries, but they're certainly not high up on the list of your worries for that one. But yeah, one thing to sort of to remember about the various weapons or the various science packs in this game is that to an extent they're sort of designed to nudge you toward automating things that you probably should have automated by now if you as you're playing through. So, for example, when you get to doing green science, it forces you to automate inserter and belt production because you really should have done that by now. When you get to blue science, it tries to make you automate motors and red circuits, and military science is trying to get you to automate grenades, piercing magazines, and walls because they're sort of potentially useful by this stage of the game.
Okay. So, are we gonna tackle this? Are we thinking? Am I thinking?
I don't know what you're thinking.
Military
I
science pack?
I suspect there's a decent
I
chance that's
don't
what you're
know.
planning to tackle, but
Kind of what I'm thinking, yeah.
it sounds like it. I mean, you're talking about it, so that's that's a
Yeah,
sign.
I'm talking about it, aren't I? So, so we need some of them. We've got something already making them, haven't we?
Yes.
And we need grenades. And we need walls,
Yeah.
which is brick. It says there's 8 in there already because we're making stone bricks for something else.
Yeah, I think the stone bricks were for the oil refinery, as I remember.
Yes, that makes sense.
I can't claim credit for the diplomatic mission description, Mac. I'm afraid it seems to be fairly standard. I think the last stream might have been called diplomacy with a question mark on it because I was expecting us to encounter the bugs then. We didn't. They were kind enough to wait until this week for us. So I ended up renaming it to Blues or something like that because that was what happened. This is the problem with one of the problems with producing streams like this and trying to give each one a sort of a slightly pithy nickname so for when the stream starts, is that I have to predict what's going to happen in the stream. And if I'm leading the gameplay, and particularly if we're playing something I know well, like Factorio, or if I've had a bit of an idea of what I intend to do next time, like I did in space exploration, and I have generally in Satisfactory, then it's kind of okay. But Jen is kind of a force unto herself, so the chances of me actually knowing what she's going to do before she does it is pretty slim. So it tends to just be, well, I'll call this one diplomacy because we might be going to go out and do some combat, or I'll call it whatever, and it might be right, it might be completely wrong. Who knows? Yeah, so it's a fun guessing game. Put it that way. What's going on up here?
Basically, I make no sense. That's fine.
No, I just struggle to predict you. That's all I'm saying.
Unpredictability.
Yeah.
Right, my thought process of coming up here is because I've got a bunch of iron plates and a bunch of coal all kind of around this area, which I need for grenades.
Okay.
So I was thinking tackle grenades first, and then I'll worry about the other ones.
Okay. All sail and no rudder.
Yeah.
That sounds really harsh. Oop, research complete. Bink bonk.
Bing bong. No, don't want it there. Want it there.
I can see the logic. do seem to have got us into a pattern where I just come along and go, oh, fine, I'll put the power in for you.
Oh. Oh, no.
I was closer.
Ah, that sort of can't reach.
Yeah.
So, okay, so that's
And
doing that.
you have made your first grenade. Congratulations.
And now we need to put
Can
it
I throw it at
somewhere.
you?
Don't throw it at me.
Oops, I made a mess.
You ruined my first grenade. Rude.
I don't know about ruined. Used. Activated. Triggered. What happens if you throw it in water? Okay. They still kind of explode. Ooh, what happens if you blow fish up? Ow. Hey, fish are grenade proof.
You're not though. Stop almost killing yourself.
No, that's weird. I'm... Okay. I get if I throw it in the water and I'm close enough, then an explosion appears on me. That's very strange. I shall eat some fish.
You're having fun there.
All kinds of fun. There we go. Better now. I healed. What are you thinking? I can see the cogs.
I am thinking we need firearm magazines in order to make the piercing rounds magazines, which we need both of, as well as the wall. I'm trying to work out, because we're already making some firearm magazines, trying to work out whether to automate some more or to use some from what we have. But the gun turrets kind of take quite a lot, so I'm thinking maybe just make some more, automate some more.
That sounds like a good plan to me, yeah. I generally reckon on trying to have science production separate from other production. So keep a science production self-contained and not use the bits and pieces from it for other things, because you'll end up with interrupting your science production, and science is the sort of the important thing.
Okay.
I'm going to need to make some more lights soon.
You give me power. Thanks.
Hey, there's no lights up here. What's going on?
This one is to make these ones. Okay, so that's on the go.
I think we might be going to get some more spaghetti at this point.
Most probably. Right, so that's those. And then we want... Yeah, we're going to need a lot of spaghetti. Where's steel? Some steel.
Where can you steal it from?
Firearm magazines and making, and copper plates. What are the copper plates?
If I pull that face every
Miles
time I
away.
make a pun, I'll be doing it forever. Constantly.
Where is it? Where am I wanting to go? So, oh, there's some down here. A lot of copper plates down here, aren't we? Making it fairly quickly.
You say that. It is just about keeping up, I guess.
Okay, so maybe we make some more.
Does seem like a reasonable idea. Yeah, yeah. You've got the copper hasn't become a problem yet, but it looks like it's sort of on the edge. So if you look at belts, if you see one like this one that I'm standing on at the moment, you see how it's solid and it's not moving constantly. That implies that there is plenty of whatever that thing is. The same's true with this stone belt here. The copper belt is doing pretty well. It's up here, it's solid and not moving constantly. But here, sort of in the middle, there's a bit of a gap. Ooh, what got destroyed? Oh, we're losing belts. Where's that happened? Oh, they've snuck their way round the
Oh no!
round the gun turrets and found another way in. And then they're
Buggers, I
attacking.
thought they couldn't. Well, they destroyed a lot. Buggers.
Yeah, not too bad, but yeah, how did they get? I guess.
They must have come this side of the water because you said they can't go over water,
They can't
right?
cross water. You're quite right. They can't cross pipes
maybe
either. So the only way, assuming they didn't come in from the east, which I don't think they would have done because they'd have attacked something else, and they'd probably have attacked something else on the way through, probably. There's a tiny area where they might have crossed down there. It's possible they squeezed across there, but otherwise, if you look all the way up the rest of the lake, it's solid water up to where you've got the where your pump is over here. So they aren't going to be able to get through. They can't get through anywhere between those 2 points. It must have been the first point I pinged, I think. So yeah, I think they must. Assuming they didn't come from the east, they must have come through there. That's my feeling anyway. It's a very, very narrow point for them to squeeze through, but it's quite possible they did. Yeah. Gosh.
Orange.
Better get repairing, don't you?
Oh, I've got it in.
Fine, I'll do it.
How'd you hit the repair one?
Just click and hold.
Oh no,
not right click. Left click.
Well,
Is that a question because you're actually wondering what I was doing with the map then, Bakar, or is that a hint to Jen that there's a piece of technology that she might find useful? Because I could see that going either way. Okay, right. I don't know what level of Factorio knowledge you have, you see. So yeah. So someone was asking about how I was doing the red. Oh, you was asking about the red and green lights earlier. And, no, that was. So I was wondering if it was. Yeah, if you didn't know. But yes, there is something you can use that allows you to see what's going on in other places a little bit further away. So those might be worth considering.
okay.
They're a building you can make.
Building.
They're on the military tab as well.
He does.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so you see, if you go into the map mode, you see how there's a square that's paid. You might want to turn pollution off again. It makes it easier to see what's going on. I tend to just turn pollution on when I want to see where the pollution is, and then turn it off again. Right. So you see how there's a lighter square, and if you zoom in on the edge of it, that's the area that you can see properly. No, I meant that overall, sort of the whole much bigger that goes from the
okay.
yeah, that one. Yes.
Yeah.
If you zoom in and sort of towards on the edge of it, you'll see that that's the area that you can zoom in on the edge of it.
Yeah.
You see, that's the area that you can see in detail rather than just in sort of vague impression of whatever. And that's our personal radars. So if I now start running off towards the south, if you zoom out on the map again, you'll see that it's growing. The square is growing downwards because that's my personal radar pushing downwards as well. If you put in actual radar buildings, then you can scan much larger areas with it, and each of and you can pick up areas even if there isn't a player near them, so you can see what's going on.
Okay.
And it's useful. As the factory starts to get bigger, it becomes very, very useful to be able to glance at things on the other side of it with the map mode and see where the problems are and work out what you need to do and control things and stuff like that.
Okay. So are they pocket craftable for now?
Yes. Yeah, you're not going to need a lot of them for the time being.
I need some iron plates.
Yes. What I generally try and do with radars is I don't bother putting them close together, but basically I tend to put them as far out as possible where there's still power coverage, and just stick them on the edge of usually just stick them on the edges of my power grid, and as the factory expands, put more of them in. But you'll want when you put one in, you'll see its scan area, and you'll then want to put. In fact, I think on the mini map, you can see this. It sort of shows in a different shade of blue. You see it's showing the area that it's scanning. So there's no point in overlap. Well, there's not much point in overlapping them particularly. So just I'd say put one in at the top of the factory with your tier 2 machine production. There's good. And then probably one at the bottom of the factory. Maybe bottom left, bottom right. Just see how far away. See where you sort of start to run out of radar coverage. So yeah, at the moment down by the science labs would probably be a good place, and then perhaps over by where you're producing the blue science, and you'll get a decent sort of triangle of coverage. And be able to see a bit more of the area around the base, no matter where you're standing. Oh, actually, no, but over by the copper mine would be a better place, because it's further out. Probably sort of there, say. Because it's not actually in the mines, it's not going to get in the way of your drills.
Yeah.
But there's good. But it'll give you the coverage out that way. And now if you have a look at the map again, you'll see you've got quite a big area of pale that's just being that's now being monitored by the by the radar. In fact, you know what? Would you like me to go out and put one out by the oil field?
What, even further than I am now?
Yes, you don't need to bother with this. You stay up at the factory and carry on doing useful things. I'll drive down to the oil field and put one in down there.
Because you can use a car.
No bridge too far. I mean, I'm still going to drive through the odd tree, but yeah, it's going to go slightly better for me because I've got a better ping.
Right, so I was up here.
Ooh, I'm not going through that forest.
Working on.
Oh crap, biters.
I was working on this. Oh. I obviously can't see what's happening at your end.
Yeah, I'm fine, don't worry about it. If I can't kite a group of biters around after 2,500 hours of Factorio, I should hand in my driving licence.
Right. Just getting with the plot again, so I am now making the piercing rounds magazine.
Sounds good. I'm just getting stuck on trees. There we
go. Some power.
Yeah, afraid you have to do that yourself now.
Yeah. Okay, I can manage. And
good.
Get those into there. And now. Okay. Apparently I can't manage. It's fine. I just put an extra pylon in. It's fine.
Strong, independent woman who don't need no electrician.
Okay, so we now need steel and the iron. Which I think that was where I'd got to when we were actually looking for
steel and copper, you mean?
Copper. Yeah.
Yes, we're out looking for copper when we... Oh yeah, that's right. Yes, we're out looking for copper when we were so
we were out looking for copper when we were. So, and we just sort of
Oh,
said that
there's a
we.
huge attack on its way in. Which way is it going?
Oh,
I can't see
I
it. I've
didn't
lost
see
radar.
that.
I don't have the radar coverage for it. It's going around the north way. You're about to get some. You're about to have some friends coming in the north way. Ow, that's a rock. I'm on my way back over to try and help, but it's going to be a moment till I get there. I think they're probably going to arrive before I do.
I
So
can't see anything. How?
they're on
Oh,
their
I
way.
see
Trust
them.
me.
Yeah.
Uh-oh, you're about to die.
Die.
This calls for desperate measures.
Oh, what? What just happened?
You died.
And it put me in a completely different place when I
Yeah, you
respawned
respawn at
this
the
way.
starting point, wherever that is. So
Okay.
whenever anyone
I'm
dies,
on
they'll
my way
reappear
back.
there.
I'm on my way back. Did you kill them?
Yes. I think the car's machine gun might be more effective than the portable machine gun, whatever we call it. Destroyed an inserter and some belts, and that's about it. Actually, that wasn't. Oh, and a radar. Yeah, they don't like radars. Radars are counted as military buildings for some reason, and therefore they get attacked. Biters attack them by priority in the same way they'd attack turrets. So I think it might be time to have a brief diversion away from the grey science for a moment and get some turrets in up here because yeah, it's they've found this way into the base now. They're going to carry on coming in up here. So I think probably some sort of defensive system across here would be a good idea. Ah, you have an interesting. You have a thought there. I see. Oh yes, and you'll have, if you want all your stuff back that you're carrying, if you find your body, which is over here, you can claim all. You can pick all the stuff back up out of it.
Oh, that's good. I was like, where's all my stuff gone? What is it?
Just
Control.
right click and
Or
hold,
just.
or you can click on it and have a look in it and see what's there if you want. But that just grabs everything.
That's right. Yeah.
1,400 transport belts. Blimey. That's where all our iron's gone.
Okay. So we need turret. Turrets. Where are they? In military, right? Yeah.
These might be worth automating. To be honest, we're going to need. I think we're probably going to need quite a lot of them. The way things are going.
So iron plates, copper plates, and iron gear wheels. Do we have stuff we can?
Yeah, all that's being used for making inserters down here.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, I could get them building without using any belts and just using one assembly machine.
What in here?
Yes, yeah, that would work. Getting them out would be slightly awkward, but only slightly. Be fine. Yeah. Hello, Seelan. You joined at a very exciting moment as all hell broke loose and a load of biters came in and tried to kill and killed Jen. So yeah, good timing there. But otherwise, things are certainly going. The biters are definitely getting fairly ferocious. It might be worth doing a couple of more researches to make guns and bullets and things a bit better. Hint, hint. Because the turrets are struggling to keep them at bay at the moment. But we've got more blue science happening, and we've got more red circuits happening, and yeah, there's been a few more things automated. So overall, progress is being made, certainly. Just occasionally slightly messily.
Mm-hmm. And
a box to put them in.
Put these. Yep.
How are you going to get them in in a box there? Yeah, that could work.
Ah. Right. the fastest, but it's making them.
Yeah, it's what's the limiting factor? Oh, it's how fast it can put the iron and the copper in. So that even that fast inserter isn't able to load the machine quickly enough to keep it running flat out. And also it takes a while to make a gun turret. It's an 8-second craft, and we're running at 0.75 speeds. It's going to take about 10 seconds. Yeah, 10 seconds to build a turret. Once it's got all the bits and pieces it needs.
Okay. We've got 4 in there at the moment, so.
Yeah, that's more than
Not
none.
those. Do we need to limit this?
Yes, I think so. I mean, you'll get through quite a lot in the long run, but in the short term, you're not going to need enormous stacks of them. That's true, No God. Yes, we've had the power crisis. Ooh, there's another attack coming.
Mm.
And I left all my bullets in the car. And I'm stuck on a tree.
Yeah. Died again.
It's alright, I saved your factory. It's only minor damage to my car. Well, I say my car, I think it's your car actually, but... Yeah, one of the problems with combat in this game is when you try and run away from stuff, if you're shooting, you run much slower than the biters move. If you use a car for your combat, then it's all fun and games until you drive into a rock or something and everything goes horribly, horribly wrong. A bit to the west, I think. This looks like you here. I see a splash of red. Dweep. Right.
Just that one bug that was really horrible to me.
There were quite a lot of them on you, and I tried, but yeah. So right, what were you just doing, and how's it going to make things better in the future from now on?
I was making gun turrets, so we
Yes.
now need to put some down. I just picked some up.
Yes.
So we need to get them around here, I would have thought.
Yeah. Now remember, the water is your friend. The biters can't cross water, so that means as they're coming up here, if they see gun turrets around that point, as they get to here, they're going to beeline as close to straight for them as they can. So if you have them over here, then they're going to end up. You're going to filter them right along the edge of this lake here. So if you put in a trap for them when they get to the end of the lake, that could be quite effective at absolutely wrecking them. In fact, you'd be even sneakier if you put them on this side of the lake. Then they won't be able to attack these turrets until they've gone all the way around the top and it's too late. Mm-hmm. So yeah, that could be quite effective. If you stuck some turrets in down here in this bit of peninsula, then they'll probably be able to absolutely slaughter the biters before they can get to them.
Useful.
That's the hope. I'll go and get some more ammunition because we're going to need that. Oh, it's not too far away actually. That's handy. Don't be shy. Lots of turrets. All the turrets.
Okay.
Turrets everywhere.
Lots of turrets.
And remember, you're trying to get them so they can shoot over to the other side of the lake. I mean, the water. You are pretty much doing that at the moment, so I think it should be all right. I hope the biters are going to be able to see them from over here. I think they probably will. I think they'll be coming up fairly close to the edge of the lake around here. I don't remember exactly where they were coming through when we saw them before, but they definitely made a beeline to over about here. So I think that's probably going to be all right. Unfortunately, we now just need to wait for the next attack to happen before we can really see whether we've repulsed them correctly. But I think it should be all right. Guess we'll find out. Right. Well,
I'm just wondering.
Sorry. Go ahead.
I was just wondering. of whether there's any logic in kind of is there because if they're not on this bit of land and they can't get to land, if they're just going crossing this bit, is there any thought in putting something here to kind of stop them?
You can't build anything that will permanently stop them. However, you could put turrets in over there to slow them down and stop them getting and try and stop them getting through and try and cut them off and try and stop them there. That's certainly possible. Yes.
Oh, because look, but these are on the way around.
Okay, that's quite useful because it means you'll be able to see what route they're taking and try and come up with something sensible there. Where are they going? Oh no, they're coming past the south way.
All right,
So
okay.
that's less helpful. They're possibly from a different nest that's aggroed on a different one. So we can watch them come in and see how they get wrecked by the turret wall.
Okay, so the turret wall works on those ones.
Yeah. So you can see the value of the radars I put in. If you zoom out now, you can see all the whole area that we're now able to zoom out further. And further. And there you go. So you can now see there's a big pale area in the middle there. That's the area that you can now zoom in on any part of that and see it in detail. And that means that's a live view. So if any biters move around there, then you'll know about it. If you look over here, for example, you see all those little dots.
Yeah.
Those are where there were biters that were chasing my car, but because that's now outside radar coverage, it just shows whatever we last knew about that point. Those biters probably aren't there anymore. They've probably moved on. But the dots remain because that's where they got to. But over here, in those biters are actual, genuine, real biters. That if you zoom in, you'll see that there is a biter there, because those are inside the radar coverage area. So we know exactly what's going on there.
Okay. I mean, we do have one more radar. Is it worth putting one down here somewhere and getting a bit more?
Potentially, and if you run out, I'm not convinced it's worth running out a long cable run with the intent of putting in a radar unless you specifically want to see a specific area, because it's just another place that might get attacked. And biters will will aggro on radars because they consider them to be a military target. So I've basically just put them along our pipeline that's carrying the oil back up to the base because there's power running along next to it. Some of them might get destroyed. If so, well, c'est la vie, basically. We can always go out and fix them or not worry about it or whatever.
Okay. So we've got these here. Is that going to be... Shall I pick some more up and put some more out? Or do we think that's good?
I don't really know. More turrets is always going to be better than fewer turrets, but it's kind of up to you, I'd say. I'm going to leave the decision to you. You're probably getting enough little hints and suggestions from chat that I don't need to join in as well. I think it's all reason. All the things they're saying are reasonable, but they're not sort of. But
where are my turrets?
South, down here. Not that far south.
My map urger, I think it was.
You were, yeah. You got 18 of them. That's a decent number.
18.
I'm not sure we've got the ammo for 18 more turrets, but I could actually I'll pull all the ammo back out of these and replace it with just a half stack in each one.
Probably no stock in putting them on there.
I'm sort of tempted to say let's put in a handful along here as a sort of just in case any of them miss the turrets we put in by the water, and hopefully with the expectation that the water ones will get them first, but have a few along here maybe with a bit of a gap between them just as an emergency backup in case any of them sneak through. No, she's watching chat as well. So the idea is to it felt like it would be nice for everyone to be able to talk to everyone.
Okay.
I don't know how much of it she's actually reading, but in theory she can.
A lot of the time I'm so busy concentrating on what's on the screen, I do forget to
Exactly,
read.
yeah.
So, right. So that's
You picked
turret
up the
5.
box that the turrets are being put in. So rather than control clicking on it to claim all the turrets, you right clicked on it to claim the box as well. So they're just being dropped on the floor. Well, I said they're being dropped on the floor. One is about trying to be dropped on the floor and it's not making them.
This was down there. Did you fix it while you're down there? Or?
No, I didn't have any boxes. I could have made a box, but I didn't.
Yeah. There we go. Kidding me.
Yeah, streaming is definitely a it's a skill that you learn you pick up over time, and particularly when I'm concentrating on things, I do sometimes miss things that chat have been saying, and I have to scroll back a bit from time to time. But mostly I can mostly keep up with it. As I say, it's practice in the same sort of way that just being able to talk as much as I do and constantly, it took me a bit of time to get used to, and a bit of it took a bit of practice to get to this point.
Oh.
Ooh,
That needs military pack, but landmines sound fun.
I've never really used landmines. I've heard that they are quite good, but I've never really used them.
Life exposure. Oh, just to tear down cliffs. Okay.
Yeah. So when the cliffs start to annoy you because they get in the way, they're a way to get rid of them.
Increases the shooting speed. Let's do that because I've been killed twice now. So.
I'm actually quite impressed you got to the point where you can research cliff explosives without having raged at the cliffs yet. Normally it's very much the other way around for me. I don't know if you can blow yourself up with your own mind. We'll have to try that once we develop them.
Okay.
I think landmines require bots to replenish them, from what I've gathered. But yeah, we'll see how that goes.
I was doing something over here.
I feel like I'd find having the chat showing up on the game screen rather distracting and annoying. I'd rather have it. I've got it on a monitor that's just off to the side of the game screen, so I've got it as close as I possibly can. It's a very, very small glance over, and that seems to work pretty well for me. I sometimes get really engrossed, but then I can get engrossed with stuff that's happening on screen and miss stuff that's happening in the corners of the screen. And occasionally I've been mocked a little bit for completely missing something because I've been focusing on what I've actually been doing at the time rather than just looking randomly around the screen. So it's easy to get distracted, is what I'm saying. Oh, I found where our attacks are coming from. So the radars have been scanning, so they've looked a little bit further away. If you zoom all the way out on the map view and look up north, if you turn pollution on again, you see the pollution has drifted across the lake, and those red splodges at the top, you see how the pollution is appearing and then disappearing? That's biter nests absorbing the pollution and turning it into biters. And then when the biters smell, and then when the biters that have been created from that pollution smell the pollution, they get angry and they'll try and path to wherever the pollution is. And it turns out the route they take, well, here comes a bunch of them now, is to go round the edge of the lake and come over to us. Let's see which way these guys come in. What are they thinking? Skitter, 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 skitter. Oop, they're going the north way. Excellent. We'll see if the plan worked. Yes, turning into angry biters. You're quite right. Oh, they've got a little bit stuck on some trees, but they've made it through. Oh, they're quite a long way away. Oh no, they're coming over towards the turrets. Excellent. I think we can call that a success. That was pretty good. I think we should put more. I think we should put more turrets in there, but I think that worked well.
So put in some more down Is it going to reach across there? They've got quite a range, haven't
No,
they?
I'd think cluster them in the same place as the existing ones. The
Oh, I
more
see.
the more firepower you can pour down at the same time, the more damage you can do, essentially. So yeah, don't spread them out. If you've got a good play, if you can try and basically try and make a kill zone that will just absolutely mutilate them as they run through a small area. That's even more important if you've got them far enough apart. Sorry, if the biters can actually get to the turrets that are doing the fighting, because then they need to be able to support each other, and you want to kill the biters really, really quickly before the biters wreck everything. But yeah, that should be pretty good, I think.
Sections, lab research speed.
I think I know where you're thinking of, Ceylon, and I think we discussed it a little bit earlier. It's just the further away you go from your base with your turrets, the more effort it is to go out there and resupply them when you need to. You definitely need different clumps of turrets if you've got multiple paths through that the biters are trying to take. You've got to defend all the places where they try and get through. But for each defensive point, the more you clump them together, the better. The more firepower they'll be able to concentrate on the biters, and the better things tend to go. Because the research was running too slowly up until now. Yeah, that's fine.
Do we think that's enough? Should I put a couple more down?
I'm going to run out of ammunition to put. Well, I have run out of ammunition to put in them pretty much now. So, I mean,
okay.
One more maybe if you want, and then I'll put my last 100 mags in that, and then 98.
Okay. I was doing something over here. I was about to get copper and steel to come to this somehow.
Yeah.
I think
steel should be relatively easy because at least it's nearby.
Yeah. Steel I can just bring from here, I think, because somehow.
Mm-hmm. Feels like a thing you should be able to do.
Bring it over here. What is the easiest place to get it from? Oh,
use 1,000 advanced circuits per hour. Another achievement. Most achievements are good things. Most of them are saying, "Well done, you've done a thing well. You've reached a landmark. You've done something big." It's just the first one that you got was the it stinks and they don't like it, and that's where you've upset the biters and you're about to get attacked. So generally, they're a good thing.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, you've been sort of trained to be scared by them now, which is a little bit unfortunate.
Yeah. The very first one I got was mean. Okay, so just done that bit of research. This stuff is something I'm using at the moment, but maybe I'll stack inserters. Are they useful?
Yeah, they're inserters but faster, basically. So, yeah.
Yeah. Get that one going.
And more expensive, of course, but you know.
Yeah.
Everything's
Isn't
more expensive.
everything?
If it's going to be better, it's going to be more expensive, yeah.
Right. I don't need the pipes. I can leave the pipes where they are. I just need to split off the thingies. So I don't need that first, any one of those.
Why are you splitting it off all the way up here?
I don't know.
Okay.
I basically just want the steel that I can bring round to that one.
You've fallen into sort of a fairly natural thought, which is I want to do something with this belt. I'll go to the end of the belt and do it from there. You don't have to do things. You don't have to do things at the end of the belt. Like if you look at here, for example, you wanted to bring circuits and cogs into this assembly machine to make assembly machines, and you brought the belt straight up to it and then put an inserter on the end. Now, obviously, you've done the same here with this iron plate one. Now you don't need to do that because with this machine you've got it feeding it off the side, and this one up here is feeding off the side, except you took the piece of belt out. But there is a tendency, and I think this is a fairly standard tendency for new players to think I need to make the belt go straight into the machine, or if I've got something on the end, if I've got a belt that's got stuff on that I want, I need to carry on from the end of the belt and take it and snake it off to wherever it needs to go. But there's no harm in taking things off the side of a belt, and there's no harm in splitting a belt in the most convenient place and sending it off in multiple directions. It doesn't have to. You don't have to just have one long belt that goes all the way to wherever.
Yeah. Okay. Where makes the most sense? Am I missing anything further down?
I can see two possibilities that I would go for. That I would go for one of. I think I know which one you'll. I think one of them is a little bit slightly obscure and weird, so you might not get. You probably wouldn't think of that one. But either would be fine. And as you said before, there's no harm in having a belt snake all over the place and whatever. It means there's a little bit more resource sat on the belt, sure, but who cares? It doesn't matter. Yeah, that was the one I was expecting you to do. Cool. There's no harm in having a belt that just snakes around all over the place. There's no harm in spreading your factory out. You may have slight efficiency decreases based on how you put things together, but as long as they're working, as long as you're getting stuff flowing through them, it doesn't matter.
Is that right?
No, that's going to cause you some problems. So imagine what happens up here when this machine makes a load more assembly machines, and then a load more. It needs the steel, but the steel isn't coming up this belt.
Oh. Want it to go to both places.
Yes.
So
you can't put a filter on it, because if you put a filter on it, it'll only go to one of the places.
But I don't want it to. Oh, so it's the input priority I need to change to right.
No, the input is going to take from. It's not left and right sides of the belt. It's left and right. Inputs for the splitter. So it's got you've got both pipes and steel going in the right hand input at the moment, and that piece of belt is going into the left hand input. So that won't work either. There is a way to do what you're trying to do, but it's slightly more complex than what you're than the way you're approaching it.
Right. Have I done it before?
No, I don't think you have.
Ah, okay. Good. Excellent. Filters next to each other. This is beyond my brain. What is this? Yeah. I don't know how to do this.
So talk through what you're trying to do, and maybe the ants will drop out hand happily, and you'll.
I am trying. I am trying to just take the steels over to the machine over there without taking the pipes because I don't need the pipes.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I'm trying to do.
Yeah. Okay. So if you run this belt across here, you've got steel and pipe on this belt, which is,
Yeah.
as you say, is not what you want. But how can you turn that into what you actually want?
A T-junction to take. No, that wouldn't work, would it?
So you've got a belt here with two things on it. You only want one of those things. How do you get just one of the things off a belt? That you have done before, I'm sure. I think I can't remember. Oh, yes, you have done it before. Yeah.
I cannot remember how I did it before.
You did it over here, just off to your west. A little bit further than that. A bit further. A bit further there. You've turned a belt that carries two things into a belt that carries one thing.
I'm putting them next to each other and then put the splitter. Is that what I did?
So what did you do?
Oh. Don't know. Oh, that was like priority left.
Yeah. So you've got to
Filter.
you've got at this point you've got. Right, come down here. Right, here you've got two things coming in on this belt, and on the other side you've got one thing going out on the belt. Up over here, you've got two things on this piece of belt, and you want to turn it into one thing on this piece of belt.
So, filter
Yeah.
again?
Yes. Exactly.
Doesn't really matter what side I put it, I don't think. And then.
And now you can set the filter on it, and this won't affect what's being sent up to the assembly machine. The assembly machine. You could also, if you wanted to, you could have put the other splitter in before the first splitter. So you could have had a splitter in about here that just lets the steel through, and then split the steel two ways at this point. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't make any difference. That would have meant you wouldn't get pipes going up here, but you don't need pipes up here, so that would have been fine too. Either way would have been absolutely fine at this point.
Okay.
You could even put it in down here. Actually, come to think of it. But yeah, it does. As I say, it doesn't. How you set something up doesn't matter as long as it works, and this will.
Now I need to take it down to this. What am I trying to do? So yeah, I need to feed that into this machine. But I don't want to wreck this belt. So if I take it to here and then put a long inserter in.
Or this belt's kind of in the way. Do something about the belt.
Put this one underground.
Yep, that sounds like a good idea. And remember, they can go underground for 4 squares, so you could just have a big gap in there to get it completely out of the way, and give you lots of room to work with this this machine here. I'd go back 1 extra square further to the right than that. Give yourself even more room to play with. Just have it completely out of the way. Yep. There you go. So it's got that out of the way, and now you've got room to bring that belt in. And what you could probably do with that as well, if you want to be really clever, you could find a way to get the copper onto this belt too. So you've just got the one belt feeding into this piercing ammo production machine.
Good. Yeah. Going to be complex to drag a copper thing from wherever, but yeah.
You're going to have to bring it basically up here anyway, so it's not going to make a huge amount of difference.
Yeah. Just feed it into here. Oh, need one of these, don't I? Move that way around.
Yep.
Okay. Right. So now we need the copper. Copper. So we are going to want to go.
Where is copper is the next question.
We found it ages ago. There's some down here. Is this the one that we were saying was probably not moving fast enough?
Well, you only have one supply of copper. You only have one place where copper is being smelted, so it's all the same supply. This is that copper smeltery you're standing by now is the only place in the entire factory that copper ore is being turned into copper. So anywhere that's using copper is getting it from there. It's unlike iron, where you've got 3 different supplies of it, I think. Copper is just.
So is it worth getting another one set up, another smelting place?
Well, it's up to you. I mean,
it's
up to you whether you think it's going to be better to have multiple places. Whether you want to have it in multiple places, making it and feeding it off separately to different consumers, so that they're all sort of completely separate, or whether you'd rather just have one big place that's doing all of your copper production, and then that's being fed to everywhere where it might get used. Oh, and another biter attack has just been repulsed by the turrets with
happy days.
no loss of life.
So one option, I guess, is to actually move this coal.
Are you thinking of trying to expand this? Is that what you're doing at the moment?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You do have a nice belt of coal and copper ore here that could be potentially useful. That is only being partially used at the moment. Rather, is what I'm trying to say.
Only being partially used.
Yeah,
so...
I mean, it's not flowing flat out. There's plenty of room around it to put in more machines, more smelters, more furnaces. That's what I'm looking for. Yeah, there's potential. There's potential to make this run better,
okay.
Or run more at least.
Where's the best place to start messing about with this? Is it? Yeah.
Oh, I was thinking of something much simpler than what I think you're trying to do.
Oh, okay.
So, what do your furnaces need in order to run?
Coal and the copper.
Right.
Ore.
And you've got coal and copper ore together already.
Yeah.
So why not carry on using it where it already is?
What? Put one more in here.
That'd be a first step, sure, but you could do a lot more than that.
I feel like I'm missing something. Definitely missing something.
I dropped in a clue, but you were too busy looking at the production menu.
Oh. Let's see what you're doing. Okay.
I might be making this a little bit too obvious at this point.
Yeah, no, I get
it. But
it
is 11 o'clock, so I think we're probably. I was sort of thinking, let's finish off the armor-piercing ammunition and then call it a night, because you're quite close on that one.
Yeah. Oh, I've just pocket. Yeah.
Oh, you do have some furnaces.
How many do I need?
Let's deal some of your stone because I haven't got any.
7.
Okay, maybe not going to.
these off and onto. That's about oh.
Where have you got it? Oh, there you are. I'd lost you completely. Right, so you've got a load more copper being made now. There we go. Good. There you go. I know you're scared of those.
Right, where am I actually trying to get to with this?
Well, you've got... I was going to say you've got another side of the same belt, but I don't know if that's... I mean, it might be useful. It depends with you. Do you want to run a completely separate belt all the way up, or do you want to put it on, or do you want to have twice as much copper on the existing belt? Thank you, Conrad. I should sneeze more often. It gets viewer engagement.
Could you? Let's have it going on to this one.
Yeah, I was going to say that's going to massively help. There is okay. Granted, it does go over to just being on a single side of the belt a bit further on, but I think it would certainly improve the throughput. It would improve the available throughput, I think, and I don't think it would break anything. Oh yes, it would.
Oh. What? Are we breaking something?
Yeah, so... yeah, down here, due south, the red science production, you've set it up assuming that you're only ever going to get copper on the inner side of the belt, and it's putting the cogs down here onto the outside of the belt. So you need to quickly, before the copper arrives, and you've got about 5 seconds, find a way to make sure that doesn't happen. Okay, I'll take pity on you and break the belt so it doesn't break. There we go.
Yeah, I was gonna. That was what I was gonna do. I was gonna break the belt.
Okay.
In the short term, anyway.
Right. So there's this is trivial. You can do it with a single piece of belt, but you need to make sure that the copper only ever goes onto the left-hand side of the belt as it comes along here. Think about side-loading belts and such like. It's your favourite T-junction thing, basically.
It is, yeah. So I need to just reminding myself. Yeah. No. Yeah.
No, that's completely disconnected. That won't affect the belt at all. But you're kind of close.
Why are these just like my nemesis?
I'm not sure. I mean, she's almost got construction bots already, Mac, and if she asks me to do stuff, oh yeah, that'll do. That's not actually one of the T-junctions, but it'll work. So now if we let the copper through like this, it can only get to one side of the belt, so that's fine. That is now safe.
Okay.
The T-junction you were trying to find, if you look slightly over to the over here where I'm standing, was that shape. And that would be what you'd use if you wanted to feed a second thing on the other side of it. However, you're not feeding a second thing onto it at all. You're feeding that's being fed in by this inserter. So what you did over here is absolutely fine. This will work. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just not quite the T-junction thing you were thinking of.
Aiming for.
Okay, so we've now solved that brief crisis, and so you can see that now we've got more flowing through. If we look back over in the smelting area, you can see there's now not actually enough copper ore coming in to keep everything satisfied, but there is enough copper coming out to keep everything satisfied, so it's not the end of the world. It's something.
Mhm.
If you see part full belts like this, then you know somewhere there is a supply that's not keeping up, and it can be worth sort of going back and looking through the supply to try and find where the problem is coming from, why there is a part full belt. Yes, like that one as well, and trying to sort it out. But initially, you've got yeah. So yeah, a part full belt like this should sound little warning bells in your head. You go, hang on a minute, why isn't that belt full? Is that something I should be worried about? Like this iron belt here, this is a very an iron belt that is not full means something is wrong. And this means up here, all of this iron is getting taken away to make your gun turrets. None of it's getting through to cog and pipe production over here because there's simply not enough of it flowing up this belt. So there's a problem with the supply somewhere.
Right. Does this mean this one's damaged?
It being damaged is not great, but it doesn't. It's not going to. I don't think damage affects how quickly they run. So I mean,
It's
not.
These ones have.
Some of them might.
They've
some
run
of
out.
them have run out.
These have run out. Right. Okay.
So you might as well pull them up because they're not going to do anything if they've run out. And the last one on the top row as well. So some more drills down here would seem like a good idea because we're not getting remotely enough through along here. Thank you, Mac. That's very much what I'm aiming for. I'm trying to drop enough hints and make her think for herself, but without making it too painful. From either her, myself, or you, the viewers. Now remember, they're called splitters, but they can also merge.
Okay. There's a hint there.
Yes, there is.
Once they merge.
So you've essentially put in all the mining drills on this belt that you can. They've gone all the way across.
Yeah.
And the belt still isn't full.
So put some more up here.
Yeah.
So put some more in up here and merge it into this belt.
Sounds good.
Mining drills. Got so many things.
I've got 4 of them.
Is it those?
I'm going to go and see if I can see if we've automated these and are making them en masse anywhere. Because that would be convenient. I don't think we have, though. No, I think we've been pocket crafting mining drills, I'm afraid. That doesn't seem to be automated.
Oh, this goes straight out.
Yeah, so those are too far apart. You just want to squeeze the belt right between them. Yeah, the gap is 1 square wider than it needs to be.
Oh, I see, yeah. I'll keep being in my own way.
That was an interesting idea. Yeah. Bakar suggests if you rotate all of the existing mining drills, you could put the belt along the top side of them, and then put another row in on the other side of it. It's not a bad idea. There's a definite psychological tendency, and I do this myself as well, to think once you've put something in, moving it seems awkward, even though it's not. It's just Factorio makes things like that quite easy. Yeah, that's more drills.
Oh, thanks. So is it rotate these and send them off this way?
So have them point upwards instead of downwards. It'd mean clearing the all the pylons and things off the top, but again, that's not a serious problem.
Let me do that. Okay.
It's up to you. I mean, there's unlimited ways of putting together a mining outpost, and it doesn't really matter how you do it as long as it works and produces the iron ore you need.
Oh.
Fourth row down still. Yeah, there we go.
Press the wrong button again. You'd have thought I got better at this now. There's no. Is there some iron ore there?
There's a little bit. Yeah, there's 700 odd.
So. Okay. Okay. Oh, I'm just going off on
it. Breaded Chicken suggests we should try Death World. That's one where there's enormous numbers of biters. And no, I am probably never going to do a Death World because the biters are my least favourite part of Factorio. I'm much more into the building than the combat. That said, I don't think the biters are a bad feature. They definitely have their place in the game. However, I would prefer to. I feel that the vanilla also the standard numbers of them is okay. I'm okay with that. I don't want more of them, but I think having at least some of them to provide a little bit of sort of inwards pressure on you to stop you just being able to expand as fast and as much as you want is a good thing to have. And also it gives you a little jolt of adrenaline every so often in the early game. But I certainly don't want to play Death World.
Has some more of these run out?
No, I think they've just stopped. No, they've got if they've got yellow lights on them, then that means the belt is full where they're trying to unload to. If they've got green lights on them, it means they're working. If they've got red lights on them, then they've run out of ore.
I see.
So okay. green is working. So you could I mean, I was going to say you could adjust the belt so that it's running along both sides, but where it goes into the furnace stack over here, it's just it's only going onto one side of the belt anyway, so it's not without going in and doing further upgrades, it's not going to make any difference.
Okay.
However, you do have a healthier flow of iron coming out now. It's hard to tell whether it's actually enough because there's quite a lot of catch-up being done. The red science has stopped completely, for example. The green science isn't doing too badly. But yeah, there's a lot of catching up and a lot of filling the buffers back up again going on now. So you see down there, because the iron wasn't getting through, you weren't getting any cogs, and because you weren't getting any cogs, you weren't getting any red science, and so virtually all of your red science has been used up. There's not very much left over here at all.
Yeah, I see that.
Fancy running out of red science, the easiest of all the sciences.
Okay, so we kind of need to let that catch up and see if.
Yeah.
I mean, there's more options there if it's not.
Yeah, so let's not worry about that for now. The next thing you were trying to do was getting some copper up to your ammunition up here, and then once you've done that, we'll call it a night. Hopefully we'll manage this before midnight. Need my strength for a workout tomorrow.
Yeah, I think I just worked out how to do this as well, haven't I? What would we done? We've done something with the furnaces. so that we were getting more.
We've boosted
Yes, that's what we've done.
We've significantly boosted the production of copper just to make sure we don't run out of it.
Yeah.
So, I guess
we now need.
You come up here. You think, where is the nearest? Where is there copper nearby, and how can we get it up here and see how it goes?
Yeah. So feels like that's going to be on the wrong side of the belt, isn't it?
It doesn't really matter. You can always move things from one side of the belt to the other without too much difficulty.
You can.
Okay, you can move things from one side of the belt to the other with a bit of difficulty.
For some reason, it is my nemesis, and I cannot do it.
Yes.
I struggle every time. Okay.
Everyone needs a nemesis.
Right. Okay. So
as exemplified by our
machine
Oracle Git, or whatever the line is. Weren't you going to be clever and put it on the steel belt? Or have you decided you don't want to try and be clever?
Yes, we were going to try and be clever and put it on the steel belt. How can we do that? Oh, we can feed it up to there.
That looks good to me. You'll need to stand a little bit closer to do so, but yes.
Yeah. Just making sure it says. No, I've lost it. Where is it?
It was up here.
Oh yeah. Where am I trying to get to though? Down here.
Oh, it was south. There's copper to the south. I think it was down here you were talking about.
Okay. I'm in my own way again. Why am I like this?
No comment.
Safer.
I thought so.
And now
you just need to get copper onto it.
I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that either. I can't turn corners. I feel like I overthink turning corners.
Yeah, you do. I feel like we need to just make you sit down sometime off stream and spend about 4 hours just building belts. By then,
I go.
You didn't like that idea.
Apparently not.
Okay, now see if you can get some. Before you build that any further, make sure you've just got copper coming up this way.
Yeah. Splitter, right?
Mm-hmm.
What's this getting? Okay,
so you've got copper and iron flowing down here, and both of those are needed down here because you're making copper cables and gears and other stuff down here. So you need to make sure that the belt still has copper and iron on it as it flows further down over this way.
Good. But I need to split off some of the copper.
Yes.
To my belt.
So this is the same as what you did earlier with the steel and the pipes belt, essentially.
Yeah. Which was some splitters, which I don't have any. Do you have any?
No, I don't.
Pocket crafts them.
Yeah, I don't think we. Yeah, we never actually automated splitters because they were the complicated one, and then sort of many hours later, we've still not done it.
Yeah. We've still not got any. I'm missing iron plates and electronic circuits. We've definitely
have some iron plates.
Automated. Okay, so we've automated them.
You can make some now.
Oh, can I?
Yeah, I gave you some iron plates that I had in my pockets.
Good. Oh, let's just do the lot of them. Okay.
Why are you putting it there? Why are you trying to put it there? Okay.
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know. Putting it there.
Okay.
And then I need to tell it what to do. This is the bit that I haven't quite got my head around how this thing works. I know that if we filter it, we're getting copper plate.
Yeah, if you set a filter, it will send just that. It will send all of that thing to one side and everything else to the other side.
Which we don't want because we want it to go to both.
Yes. So you can't set that filter there. That will break it.
Okay.
Yeah, you also don't want that output priority. Just says send everything to the in this case send everything to the left first, and if there's anything left over, send it to the right. Again, you don't want to do that either. You just want a straight up 50-50 split. Now you've got two. Now you've got two belts coming out here. You've got both of which will have iron and copper on them, but you can only have copper coming up this belt. So what's the next step?
We used another splitter, I think.
We did. You're right.
So belt there, and then another splitter?
Sounds good to me.
I'll put that in the splitter in. Is it going to fit here?
Oh, yeah, you can put it there. Actually, yeah, that'll work. Yeah, that works. But now you need to tell it what to do.
What am I trying to get it to do? I want it to run up on one side.
You want only copper to go out up this belt over here.
So, okay. Is that right?
So it's doing filtering out the copper to the left. Have a look at the filter. Have a look at the splitter. See if that looks right to you. What do you think?
Yeah.
Okay. So
looks right.
Now there are a couple of pieces of iron on there that I'll catch, but that's because if you hook up a splitter before you set the filters, then it will end up with some of each going to each side of it. Then you set the filters and that stops anything else going. So now you've got copper going up here.
Exciting.
Looks promising. There we go, coming down to here, loading in there, and boom, it's making armor-piercing ammo.
Yay!
So piercing ammo does more damage for each bullet that's fired. It's significantly more expensive, as you can see, because it takes the copper and the steel to make it. But it does a lot more damage, and as the biters start to get bigger, it's going to be basically the only way you're going to be able to do any significant damage to them at all. However, at the moment, as you've noticed, you mostly need it for the military science.
Yes.
Along with grenades, which are conveniently being made right next to it, so you could probably stick them both on the same belt to take them away to wherever you decide you want to make military science. But I think that's probably something we're going to leave for next week because it is 11:30. So I think this is probably a good point to end the stream. Should have a yes, yay grenade. Well, you say yay grenade. There's like 3 of them in the machine. It's 4 of them in the machine. We're not getting them out and putting them into a box or anything yet. But yeah, those will be really useful later for clearing out trees and things, I suspect. So what have we done today? Let's have a quick look around and ooh and ah over various things. So Jen has drastically expanded the blue science down here, which has now caused it to back up all the way along completely. It's got some problems. Don't tell her I said that because I don't think she's realised where those problems are yet. But it is producing the blue science significantly faster than before. Red science is now being made again, and we've now backed up completely on all of the science packs. And the iron production has been expanded by putting in some more mining drills. That's going quite well. Copper production has been expanded as well. So blue science has been improved drastically. That was the headline thing. Also, we've had some interesting moments with the biters, but we seem to be able to defend against them reasonably well at the moment. We've got the various turrets around here that are currently keeping them at bay. Although we are already getting medium biters, which is a bit bizarre. I wasn't expecting to get them quite so soon, but I guess we've been playing for quite a long time and we've produced quite a lot of pollution. It's just all been absorbed by the trees. So I guess that's why we're starting to get medium biters already, which is a little bit disturbing because I'm sure the first few attacks are supposed to basically just be little ones. But never mind. We seem to be doing reasonably well at dealing with the clear and present threat. So we'll not worry about that too much for the time being. Otherwise, what's been done, there's been a bit of expansion up here, we've got a little bit more automation, and we're working towards grey science because we've realised that with the unfriendly natives coming in like that, good timing there, thank you very much, biters, it's about time that we started defending ourselves. So, yeah, I think that's been another good stream. We've definitely made some good forward progress. Next week, hopefully we'll get the grey science up and running and make a bit of a start on purple. But we'll see how that goes, I think. Any thoughts, Jen? Anything you'd like to add to my musings and ponderings and so on?
I died twice.
You did. That was very clumsy of you. I didn't die this week.
Hey!
So that's an improvement over last week for me.
That's biters when they're attacking you then. I know this now. I didn't know this earlier. Learnings have been had.
Another thing to learn about and discover. And yeah, they are biters, like everything else in Factorio, are a challenge to be automated away. So you will find ways to automate dealing with the biters completely. I mean, the gun turrets are the first step of that, because then rather than having to go, oh no, panic every time the biters appear and go running over there to shoot them with your own guns, having a load of gun turrets up there to do the hard work for you is a little bit easier. And because in the same way that everything else works, you put in lots of them. It's like having 10 people out there with guns instead of one. In the same way that you put in loads of assembly machines, it's like having 10 people building something instead of one, or 1,000 people building something, or however many things you end up using. In case you're curious, you have placed 2,200 belts and 80 assembly machines, 60 furnaces, and 23 gun. I might not have dragged over all the gun turrets, and probably a parsnip and a pear tree. Oh, and 2 chemical plants. So yeah, the machines are. This is the scale of the automation and the power of the game. It sort of builds up, and you build things. Things go faster and faster as you build it up and up and up.
Wonderful.
Well, thank you for being here, No Guard. I'm glad we're more entertaining than doing work. If we weren't, I'd be very, very worried. But yeah, it's been a good stream. We've got lots of stuff done, lots of stuff built.
Yes.
Right.
Fun times.
Oh, and a moth has found its way into my room. Great. Okay, so thank you everyone for watching. I shall be back soon. There's a couple of Factorio K2SE videos from looking back at the space exploration run that we finished a little while ago. One of them has gone live for supporters already and will be coming out for non-supporters a week on Friday. The other one will be sort of following a week behind that. I'll also be back around on Monday, where I'm going to be going back to my old XCOM 2 run, the one that I got put on hold for when I was playing Satisfactory, so that's going to be a bit of a change of pace from all these factory games, so that should be something a little bit different, so I hope you'll come along to watch that. And of course, Jen and I will be back next Wednesday for some more Jen's First Factory stream, and where we'll carry on with this. And as I was saying earlier, we hopefully will get Grey Science finished off, and maybe start looking at Purple. So that sounds delicious. So, thank you very much for watching. Oh, hey Pete, didn't see you come in. Good night, and yeah, thanks for watching. I'll catch you all next time. Bye-bye.